I guess hallelujah. What are you laughing at?
TikTok, time to rock. You're already live, dude.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, hey, yeah. Okay.
Yo, but it you kind of mess up my intro. I'm ready to spit hot fire, and then you act like a ding-a-ling.
Yeah. Anyway, we are live. Hello.
All right, everyone. Hey, everyone. We're live, kicking it live with a squeaky flow. Just let me introduce myself. My name is Dizzle, pronounced with an izzle. You know what that's from. It's before your time, AP. No, I'll just, since you can't trust what I say, because who knows? I mean, people can make up whatever they want. I will let one of my critics introduce me.
As for David Wood, I have rarely come across somebody who is more vulgar, vile, foul-mouthed, noxious, repugnant, depraved excuse of a preacher. Whatever he is, David Wood, it is obvious to any person of faith, is not a man of God. He's a vulgar, obscene, evil jerk.
High praise from a great man. All right, and now we have AP with us. AP, how you doing? Why don't you introduce yourself for everyone?
I'm AP, and I'm good. How are you doing?
It's pretty dope intro.
Yeah.
Hey.
I find it so funny that he always that he ends that whole speech like with such anger, and he ends it with something as mild as jerk.
Yeah,
jerk.
Yeah. Yeah, especially after years of hijab insulting everyone. Yeah, it's like Kadi was trying to be like all the Dawa guys who were shouting awesome insults at everyone, and he's just not very good at it.
Yeah, they have to learn from Mohammed Hijab.
Yeah, everyone needs to. All you young da'is out there, trust me on this. Learn from Mohammed Hijab and Daniel Hakikachu and Sheikh Uthman ibn Farouk and Ali Dawa. Learn from the great ones how Dawa is done. We're looking for 3 more great ones, not counting Andrew Tate. All right, so AP, I took the screenshots. I did not carefully read through Hijab's post, but he said, I think I read through his first one, and then Harris Sultan posted a response, and then Hijab posted a response to him, and then Harris posted a response, and then Hijab posted a response. And anyway, I took screenshots and chopped them up for our reading pleasure. But we are going to get to Hijab's response, because this is I don't know if you know, it's kind of a big issue, this child marriage thing. You heard about this?
Child marriage?
Yeah.
Huh, no.
Yeah. It's a thing. It's a thing in Islam.
Oh, well, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, I've mentioned before. When I was in prison when I first heard about this, and I heard about it from another Christian who said he read about it in an article for Voice of the Martyrs. So a few of us had a subscription to Voice of the Martyrs. That's, it informs Christians about persecution around the world and so on. And he said he read in there that there's an issue in Muslim countries about child marriage because Muhammad married a 9-year-old. I mean, well, he married a 6-year-old, but he consummated the marriage at 9. And I was thinking, come on, seriously? No, there's no way that's a thing. One, it would be a huge problem. Everyone would be pointing out all the time. And 2, you would not have people converting to Islam in prison, because that is like the ultimate no-no besides snitching, right? That's it. No snitching, no messing with kids. If either one of those, you're doomed. You're really, really doomed in prison. And so there's no way people actually convert to a religion where a guy had sex with a little girl. Anyway, so I thought it was a total made up thing. And then a couple years later, when I was out and interacting with Nabil, and because of interacting with him, I had to read the sources. Yeah, then I started seeing it all over the place. And it was, wow. So that's a thing. So what are your thoughts on child bride? You're an atheist. How do you know anything?
I mean, it is, of course, if the most perfect human being to ever walk the face of the earth did something, then who are we to judge whether that thing is acceptable or not acceptable. There is an individual by the name of Mohammed. He is considered a prophet, and he is considered, an example for all humanity to follow with perfect conduct. This is how it was revealed, according to the Islamic belief, in the in the flawless, perfect Quran. And if he saw it fit to look at a baby and say, I'm going to marry that one, and to dream about his best friend's little daughter who is 6 years old, and have her like unwrapped and say, hey, this is yours, and he goes to him and says, hey, I'm going to marry your daughter. And then who am I to judge? Who am I to judge? So but in the end, it's sickening, it's disgusting, and it is very, very sad that more people are not aware that we have pedophilia apologists and advocates in our time pushing this stuff. And personally, I would say, if people believe that we should allow practicing child marriage, then I don't know. I think it wouldn't be unfair to put those people in re-education camps and re-educate them about, age of consent, physical, psychological developments and health and all that. So yeah, that's basically my thoughts.
It is a rough issue. Like, you sit back and wonder, you sit back and have debates and discussions and listen to them defend it. And you wonder, like, seriously, why are people putting up with this? This is disgusting. These guys are actually, matter of fact, we'll go ahead and watch the clip here in a second, but just to show for anyone who's absolutely new here, I have piles and piles and piles of Muslim sources. I have dozens of hadiths on Muhammad marrying a 6 or 7-year-old. There's some dispute about whether she was 6 or 7 when the marriage contract was written. As far as her being 9 years old when Muhammad consummated the marriage, that's all over the place. I think there are over 200 hadiths on this issue. And I'll just give it. Point is, I'm going to give an example. I'm going to give the two main problems. One, you've got Muhammad and you've got the Quran. So here's a hadith. Notice, and this is their most popular collection. Sahih al-Bukhari. Look at the chapter heading: giving one's young children. Notice, not women, young children. Giving one's young children in marriage is permissible. Why? Why? Explain that. How can you possibly say that? Oh, by virtue of the statement of Allah, and for those who have no monthly courses, this is from Surah 65, verse 4. So monthly courses, that's your monthly menstrual cycle, your period. For those who have no monthly courses, i.e. they are still mature, so it's talking about girls before they've reached puberty. And the iddah for the girl before puberty, catch that? The iddah is the waiting period that for a girl to remarry after she has been divorced from her husband. The iddah, so this waiting period for a girl before puberty. So you've married her, you've had sex with her, you've divorced her. How long does she have to go? And it's 3 months. So notice, before puberty. And as an example, they give Sahih al-Bukhari 5133, narrated Aisha that the Prophet wrote the marriage contract with her when she was 6 years old, and he consummated his marriage when she was 9 years old, and then she remained with him for 9 years, i.e. till his death. So you've got that. AP, any thoughts on this beautiful, beautiful pattern of conduct?
What's the problem?
That's what I wonder. It's all relative.
Yeah.
Yeah. And of course, we also have, let me see, where's the Quran? Here we have the Quran. This is the Hilali Khan translation of Surah 65, verse 4. So again, tons of hadiths on this. We just read one because hopefully it's not a dispute by now. And this is the Quran. This is the most relevant Quran verse. And those of your women as have passed the age of monthly courses, for them, the iddah, so this is women who've gone through menopause, for them, the iddah, the prescribed period, if you have doubt about their periods, is 3 months. So if a woman has been through menopause and you divorce her, how long does she have to wait? 3 months. Because the earlier ruling was that if you divorce a woman or a girl, she has to wait 3 monthly menstrual cycles. And so Surah 65:4 is clarifying situations for women and girls who don't have monthly menstrual cycles. What do? Since they don't have monthly menstrual cycles and can't wait 3, what do you do? And okay, well, 3 months is the answer. And for those who have no courses, i.e. they are still immature, their iddah, prescribed period, is 3 months likewise, except in case of death. So what about women who are too old to have a monthly menstrual cycle? Well, 3 months. What about girls who are too young to have a monthly menstrual cycle? What happens after you have sex with them and you divorce them? How long do they have to wait before the next guy can jump on them? 3 months. And then you have the other category of people who don't have a monthly menstrual cycle, pregnant women. And so the Quran, Allah is giving his amazing wisdom on this issue. So these are the issues that keep arising. You getting all this so far?
Yes, absolutely. I'm taking it all in, consuming it. Yeah.
Got, is it haram to shave your chest? I have to go back and check out that hijab picture. But yeah, he should be a little hairier. It's interesting that that hasn't been used against him, dude. You have less body hair than D Wood. Loose straps. How dare you start the stream on time? We didn't. We were a couple minutes late as usual. I mean, so yeah.
We were. To be fair, yeah.
From the river to the sea, Palestinian men squat when they pee. If they're following the sunnah, they do, because that's a rule.
That's the right way. It's the right way. That's how everyone's supposed to do it. Yeah.
An incident happened in India where a jihadist attacked a bus conductor to death for insulting Mohammed. Same thing in Ireland. Is that a new thing? Because I saw a new one circulating where it was another attack based on a false claim where you could just kill someone by saying, he said something about Islam. So I don't know is that the new one? Because I saw one circulating on Twitter about a new attack. I couldn't tell if it was Pakistan or India, but yeah. We'll check that out. Uthman's tomato ketchup. Alan Dodalaya, is it me or does Mohammed? What's wrong with you guys? Why are all the comments about his physical appearance? The man is a giant. I will not tolerate these kinds of insults against this giant macho stud of a man.
Yeah.
And let's see. Oh, here's an actual question. Do Dawa guys like hijab really believe, or are they fake? Isn't that interesting?
It is something that I also think about quite often, to be honest. Even when I talked to some of those guys, that question was on my mind, and it is still unanswered. So there are two people with whom I actually have those doubts, and I don't know if they actually believe or not. Like when it comes to Farid, for example, or Ali Dawa, or other people,
Sajid.
like I think they believe. Sajid. I think
Sajid believes, right?
Sajid believes.
Yeah.
Yeah, these people believe for different reasons. Some of them might be just very well intentioned. Others might be very dumb, like Ali Dawa. But then when it comes to Mohammed Hijab and Daniel Kikichu, for example, these two individuals, I so often ask myself, do they actually believe in Islam? Do they actually believe in all the things they say? Because it is a little bit strange. And one thing that I do think often is, even if they do believe, they might just be lying to themselves to make themselves believe and follow something in a very brutal and hostile way. And maybe their hostility gives away the fact that they don't really believe in it so firmly. I don't really know, but this is a very difficult question. We will never know the answer.
Yeah, because and I would put Sheikh Uthman in that category, given that he has lied so many times, even about Islam, that you wonder if he really takes it seriously. Because, I mean, keep in mind, if someone is a total grifter and basically wants to take advantage of a community, keep in mind, there are people in churches who do this. There are pastors who are like this. So this isn't picking on Islam right now. It's this goes back to what Jordan Peterson has talked about, that people with the dark tetrad or the dark triad of personality problems, narcissism, psychopathy, Machiavellianism, and sadism, like their dream spot is to work themselves into a spot where they're viewed as really good and honorable people and wonderful people, and they're praised by all the people around them, even though they're doing horrible things. And so notice if Mohammed Hijab and Sheikh Ibn Farouk and think of his new name, they're calling him Sheikh Ibn Zina now because he supposedly committed adultery with his friend's wife. Yeah. And of course, Daniel Hakikachu. But it's if these guys take Islam seriously, then they might behave in this way. But if they didn't take it seriously, it's just a grift and they want to build a fan base there, they behave in exactly the same way. So the outward characteristics are exactly the same. And therefore, it's hard to tell.
It is.
Another quick question here, and then we got to jump into some. We'll go through a couple of video clips for new people, but it's good to recap. Well, matter of fact, this whole discussion is about a video clip because Hijab is complaining and whining, saying that he's been misrepresented. I've been misrepresented and slandered. I've been slandered.
It's so clear that it bothers him that we talk about it and that other people bring it up again and again, that he has to say, I'm going to explain this only once.
No, you're going to be explaining it quite a few times, Budro. Just people are catching on.
Yeah.
Are there any Dawa guys you respect? I would say I respect different Dawa guys for different reasons. Like, you could take Sajid. Okay, he doesn't act like the rest of the guys, and he calls them out. I can respect him for calling these guys out. Fareed, when he goes through one of our entire videos and plays it all and responded, we may not agree with his responses. We may think they're dumb, but the fact that he's actually going through an entire video by us, I can respect that. So yeah, I'd say can respect different guys for different reasons.
Yeah, I think I respect Sajid Lupin very much for his sincerity and his personality, how he always advises against being a scumbag like Mohammed Hijab, for example. I would say you will be surprised, but I respect something about Uthman ibn Farouk, which is that he's very knowledgeable, and I respect that about him. Although there are too many aspects that just don't redeem him, that are just very bad about him.
Yeah.
And yeah, those are the two, I would say.
All right, so let's check out some. Let's go ahead and check out the relevant video clip. So this is the video clip. This is I'm giving this one. We had a set. Was that on your channel that we went through the entire thing? Was that on your channel?
Entire video?
We went through his entire video about the dangers of Quran only. So give me that link afterwards. I'll include it for people who want to see the entire thing. We went through the entire thing. So the point is, I don't want people claim, oh, you only went through clips of it. Yeah, we've gone through the entire thing. You can watch the entire thing. Matter of fact, I will link to Mohammed Hijab's original video, so anyone can watch that. So it's not in there right now, but after this show, if you're watching the show later, I'll have the link in the description box.
Why are you shaking?
Why are you shaking? Why are you shaking? But yeah, we're going to watch the clip that he's complaining about. He's complaining because keep in mind, he can't, people aren't just circulating a 16-minute or whatever video and so on. They circulate the parts where he's acknowledging that if you just read the Quran, you'll conclude that you can have sex with a 5-year-old. That's the takeaway from that, right? He's saying, hey, here's the book. It's the book. It's the book of wisdom. This is Allah's eternal speech. It's Allah's perfect speech. And if you read it, you'll conclude that you can have sex with a 5-year-old. That's why you need to go elsewhere. So that's the point of that video. He's taking it, and I guess some people have taken it as he's claiming that there's nothing wrong with having sex with a 5-year-old. Whereas even if you just pay attention to what's in the short version, you can tell he's not saying that. But let's go ahead and watch the clip to see why he's complaining about this in his tweet. So here we go. Classic clip, one of the greatest clips of all time. And this is why we absolutely love Mohammed Hijab, and we're thankful for him on Thanksgiving.
If you look just at the Quran, you will get the indication that you can have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old. The reason why it's haram to have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old is not found in the Quran at all. If you just read the Quran, it is halal, it would be halal to have sexual intercourse with a 5-year-old. In Surah Al-Talaq, chapter 65, verse 4, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala tells us who you can divorce and who you cannot divorce. And then he says, وَاللَّائِ لَمْ يَحِدْنَ. وَاللَّائِ لَمْ يَحِدْنَ. And the ones who had never been pubescent before. And by the way, this is very important, yeah? I want all Muslims to be aware of this. The reason why we don't have sexual intercourse with 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds or whatever.
So notice, he's clarifying. It's gross. You got all these girls sitting around watching him. But he's clarifying, hey, the reason that we don't have sex with 5-year-olds has nothing to do with puberty, nothing to do with the Quran. So let me back this up a little bit.
What I find so hilarious,
wait, what are you laughing at?
What I find so hilarious is that he says, like, I want every Muslim to be aware of this. Like, this is the message that you want to spread to every single Muslim. That according to the Quran, there is no problem in having sex with little 5-year-olds, and so on. So every Muslim should be aware of this. This is good stuff, man.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone needs to know. Quick question, AP. Give your short answer, but this is something for a different discussion. AP, do you believe in objective moral law, or on what basis do you condemn child marriage?
I don't believe in objective moral law, so I don't believe in inherent morals that you can find in nature, or prescribed morals. I do believe that morals make sense for specific reasons. One of those is as humans in human flourishing, living together as societies, we discover that child marriage is very harmful, extremely harmful to society altogether, to every single human, because every single child becomes a human. So it is therefore in our best interest, if we are looking for flourishing and for the betterment of each other, of humanity, which is I don't believe is an objective moral law. It is just something that we find out of convenience to exist as a society. If we want to do that, then we should prevent child marriage, because it is extremely harmful, detrimental.
So you heard it here, folks. AP said he just his personal feelings make him prefer not having child marriage, and that it's all taste preference. Like people who don't like child marriage, or they like vanilla ice cream, and people who do like child marriage, they like Rocky Road. All right.
Yeah, I like the mix of like strawberry, vanilla, and chocolate ice cream. Always good.
Back to Hijab.
With 5-year-olds and 6-year-olds and 7-year-olds or whatever, is not because of puberty. Wait a minute, what did you say?
Wait a minute, what did you say?
Not because of puberty, because that verse in the Quran actually says lam yahid. They never had puberty before. You can't go around that.
Guys, so just to be clear, he's talking about the verse that we just read, Surah 65, verse 4. Notice we read it in the Quran. And that was the same verse that is in Bukhari, that Bukhari cited right after the claim that you can give away your young children in marriage, Surah 65, verse 4. And Mohammed Hijab here is saying that this verse specifically refers to girls who have never had puberty. They haven't he says you can't go around that. So notice, I'm saying this because it is absolutely amazing. For 2 decades, I'm still called a liar when I say, hey, Surah 65:4 says this. Liar! Liar! Wait a minute. Okay, the Quran says it. It's all over the hadiths. It's all over the commentaries. The 14th century, a Muslim commentator said that's exactly what it means. And here's Mohammed Hijab saying it's exactly what it means. But I'm lying if I say, hey, that's what it means. This is how it works.
It's based.
You can't go around that. The Quran doesn't say anywhere in the Quran that the woman has to be pubescent. I dare you to find one verse in the Quran
Double dog,
where it says you're not allowed to marry someone based on harm, or you're not allowed to have sexual intercourse based on harm, or you're not allowed to marry someone based on puberty. So if you're on Quran alone, you're allowed to have sexual intercourse with 5-year-olds.
Wait a minute, what did you say?
Wait a minute, what did you say? Why are you stuttering? Let's go back. Look.
Or you're not allowed to marry someone based on puberty. So if you're on Quran alone, you're allowed to have sexual intercourse with 5-year-olds. Get me one verse in the Quran which says the woman has to be pubescent. One verse. I want one verse in the Quran from the beginning of the book to the end of the book which says that she has to be pure.
I've just said that.
So okay, so that makes it halal from your perspective.
No, it doesn't.
From your perspective, it's halal. You know, in the Quran it says, "Hurumat alaykum ummahatukum." It says you're not allowed to marry your mum. It says you're not allowed to marry your sister, your auntie. Where does it say you're not allowed to marry a prepubescent? I'm looking for one verse that you can say, you pinpoint it and say this is where it says prepubescent marriage or whatever is not allowed. So if you're Quran alone, you're steered towards pedophilia, a severe type of pedophilia,
A severe type of
wife
pedophilia.
abuse, a severe type of wife abuse.
All right, so the takeaway message from that video was not Mohammed Hijab supports sex with 5-year-olds. That was not the takeaway. So if someone watches that and says, "Oh, that's Mohammed Hijab affirming sex with 5-year-olds," no, that's not. The point is, he's saying, if you go with God's perfect speech in the Quran, you conclude that you can have sex with a 5-year-old, and therefore you need to go outside of the Quran to get some reason to wait longer. And what we're going to be checking out is whether that actually works. If you go outside the Quran to the Hadith and other sources, do you actually get, no, you can't have sex with a 5-year-old? Because AP, correct me if I'm wrong, but doesn't Mohammed Hijab's good buddy Daniel Hakikachu believe that you can have sex with a 5-year-old?
He believes you can have sex with a 3-year-old, even if there are early signs of maturity. So
I don't
yeah.
believe you, because you're a liar, because Muslims keep saying you're a liar, like they say I'm a liar. So let's go ahead and check out this clip from Daniel Hakikachu. Because these guys, think about this. I mean, seriously, guys, I'm dead serious. Like, we make fun and stuff, but Hijab is saying, hey, Quran-only Islam is dangerous because if you go with it, you would conclude that you can have sex with a 5-year-old. See, that's why it's so dangerous. Well, Daniel Hakikachu isn't Quran-only. He believes in the Hadith. He believes in your scholars. And he concludes that you can have sex with a 5-year-old. Not every 5-year-old, but some 5-year-olds. So like, okay, should we take Daniel as extremely dangerous? I thought you guys were Dalwa buddies now. All right, let's go ahead and check this out.
You know what the problem is here?
There's like 8 problems.
Yeah, there are lots of problems here, but the problem here and the cause of all of this is Mohammed Hijab acts like if you are only Quran, then you could come to this conclusion. Outside of that, you wouldn't come to this conclusion because there is the Hadith and the tradition and this and that. But in reality, the problem is that there is no single Hadith. There is no word from Muhammad on that that a person has to be mature at a certain point in order to get married. There is no such tradition. This is merely a teaching that is based on Islamic scholarly history, and they arbitrarily established this whole idea of mental maturity aside from physical maturity, and since it is so arbitrarily established, people like Daniel Hakikachu can just throw that out of the window and go with you can marry 3-year-olds.
Yeah, and so if we could actually go through this and make like a video. Someone could make a video saying that Mohammed Hijab's video should be titled "The Extreme Dangers of Islam," right? Because it's like the extreme dangers of Quran-only Islam. It's titled something like that, and as AP just pointed, his reasoning is, well, if you just go with the Quran, you might conclude that you could have sex with a 5-year-old. Well, as Daniel Hakikachu is living, breathing, walking proof, Islam in general, you could walk away thinking you could have sex with a 5-year-old. So therefore, it should be the extreme dangers of Islam, period.
Alhamdulillah.
All right, let's check out. But we don't want to misrepresent Daniel because he also whines that he's been misrepresented. But let's go ahead and check out the clip.
Because if you can start fertilizing a female as soon as she's showing signs of an imminent fertility, the period, menarche, then that will maximize because you secured the female right at the beginning, the start of when she will potentially.
But you can still have sex before you start maximizing fertility, right?
When the body is physically mature, according to Islamic law.
Do you know what precocious puberty is?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is it?
I study it every
It
day.
means starting puberty unusually early, like
Can you
beyond
have,
averages.
is there anything in Islam that prevents you from a man marrying a 5-year-old that started precocious puberty?
No, marriage can happen, you can arrange a marriage even as an infant, but that doesn't mean that sex is allowed.
But could a man have a marriage to a 5-year-old consummated if she started precocious puberty?
If she starts showing signs of physical maturity, then yes, that's permissible, as I stated. That's
What about
the
age
principle.
4?
If there are signs.
Three.
If there are signs. It's talking about consummating a marriage.
This is something that becomes biologically impossible because precocious
I have a
puberty,
study
there are
that shows
no.
it goes as early as 11 months.
All right, well, that's something that.
Now, just to be clear on what just went on here. So IP asked him about marrying, whatever, a 5-year-old. And he says, you can marry at any age, but that, doesn't mean you can have sex. And IP said, well, what if a girl's reached precocious puberty? So she's got puberty earlier than the average for girls, significantly earlier than the average for girls. And he says, yes, then you can cut. And IP specifically says, what about consummating a marriage with a 5-year-old who has reached precocious puberty? Daniel says, yes. Then 4, yes. IP then says 3.
I do too.
And Daniel says, no. He says, well, that becomes biologically impossible. So he didn't think it was possible for a 3-year-old to have precocious puberty. That's when IP points out, no, it happens with girls as young as 11 months. And so if somehow reaching precocious puberty means you can have sex with a girl, and an 11-month-old baby can reach precocious puberty, what do you do then? Well, let's see Daniel's response. Just so we all know we're not misrepresenting our hero.
11 months.
All right, well, that's something that.
Okay, we'll back up a little.
So this is something that becomes biologically impossible because precocious
I have a
puberty,
study
there are
that shows
no.
it goes as early as 11 months.
All right, well, that's something that the parents would not. The thing about Islamic marriage is that parents are involved at these ages. And when you look at the marriage of the Prophet, peace be upon him, to Aisha, her parents were involved. And so she was not living with the Prophet, peace be upon him, even though she was married to him. So the parents have oversight. And sometimes a qadi or a judge can have oversight if the guardians are not capable to make sure that the rights and the physical well-being of a child are not, or
Of an
minor, are not
11-month-old baby.
harmed by that marriage.
What about, because you've tried to justify sexual slavery after a war. So what if a man finds a 7-year-old, let's say, started her period? Could he take her back as a sex slave?
So that's a whole different debate on slavery and concubinage.
I'm just talking about the minor aspect. Would that be fine?
Yeah, so if a girl is any age, she can be taken as
A sex slave, right?
Yeah, as opposed to being left to die.
All right, so notice the kind of fantasy world these guys live in, where so you've made the rule, as long as the girls, and keep in mind, guys, you heard Mohammed Hijab say, and you read it from the Quran, you saw it in the Hadith. This isn't about puberty. This is about waiting for puberty. Somehow Daniel thinks, no, we're waiting for signs of puberty, and that's what we're waiting for. We're going to see if that is actually the case. But notice when someone is saying, okay, if signs of puberty are what you're waiting for, what about when an 11-month-old baby shows signs of precocious puberty? Well, yeah, but the parents aren't going to allow that. Which parents? Parents who've been manipulated by the local da'i into handing over their 11-month-old baby. You can manipulate people into pretty much anything. That's what's creeped. That's why you need laws that say you just don't do this at all. Because if you're just saying, oh yeah, it's okay as long as you get parental consent, parents can do some stupid things.
Yep.
All right,
David, I just sent you a thing, by the way. I just sent you an audio recording, which I got from Daniel Kikichu's Telegram channel a while ago. I don't know if you want to play it now, or you can play it some other time, maybe, or you can look at it first. But there, basically, he says, "I just want to respond to those Muslims who say that mental maturity is necessary, and And you guys need to understand that Allah decreed it so that with physical maturity also comes mental maturity. It doesn't come, later on. It is decreed that way, and Allah knows best. So, if a child has early signs of puberty, then that means we are to understand that she is ready. That's basically what he's saying in the recording, which is really, really messed up. He just confirms
think?
the whole messed up idea here again, but then later he cries about being misrepresented.
Yeah, so we'll have to check that out at a different time, because I do not have this set up for just playing stuff on my computer. I have to actually import it, even though there is a way to set it up to where I could just play sounds off my computer.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm a little behind the times on technology. So we will now begin to check out some tweets. So anyway, that clip of, matter of fact, I can't resist, man. I can't resist. We just have to have the short Ali Dawa clip, because these guys are the kings of Dawa. I want everyone to know, guys, these guys they're coming to different conclusions. Like Ali Dawa saying she's waiting for, like he's waiting for his daughter to reach puberty, and then he'll tell her she's ready to be married. Hijab says, no, puberty's not what you're waiting for. Daniels says you're waiting for signs. She doesn't have to be 9. She could be 5. She could be 4. So they're coming to different conclusions, but they're all in the general park of marrying child brides being fine. And that's kind of what our problem is. Let's go ahead and check this out.
If my daughter reached the age of menstruation at 9 years old, I would say you are ready. You are ready to get married.
You are ready to get married. And then he goes on to explain, but if she says, but Dad, I don't want to, then I'd be like, yo, girl, then you don't have to right now. So it's good. So notice here's what's amazing to me. As insanely disgusting as that sounds, him having this discussion with a 9-year-old. Oh, my 9-year-old, she got her first period yet. Now is when I tell her that she be ready to get married, yeah? Oh, does you want to get married, or does you want to keep playing with your doll? No, you can't play with your dolls now because you reached puberty. So what is you gonna do, right? And he's going to be having this discussion with a 9-year-old. And
does he have a daughter? Does he actually have a daughter?
I don't know. Who knows? We know what his thoughts are on secret second wives and such. But but here's the thing. Here's what's mind-boggling. We're sitting here looking at going, this is disgusting. And he's massively better than some of the other representatives. And he's massively better than what you get from the Quran, according to Mohammed Hijab. He's massively better than what Daniel's saying. So as creepy as this is so weird. You can read someone who's like massively disgusting what he's saying. But again, at least Ali Dawa is waiting for puberty. The Quran says you don't. The Hadith say you don't have to wait for that. And Ali Dawa, as disgusting as he is, 9 years old, that he's better. He's being better than his God and his prophet. Interesting stuff.
The thing is, when I hear Ali Dawa say this stuff, I'm wondering if that's why I'm asking. I'm wondering if he would actually really do that. Like does he if he has a daughter? Will he be informed about her period and then be like, oh, she had her period. Oh, alhamdulillah. Daughter, come here. I gotta talk to you about something. Daughter, Bill, you're so pretty. MashaAllah, alhamdulillah. See, understand, now you are ready to get married. So do you want us to go look for a husband?
Hey, your Ali Dawa impression is getting better. It's not as good as your Jordan Peterson, but you're getting better. You're getting better. It'd be awesome if you become like an awesome. We just go back and forth with awesome impressions the entire time. Someone talking about a clip. There's no clip here. Oh, that's the title. So the title is Sky News host blasts Hamas leader for completely untrue claims in fiery clash. This is completely ridiculous, especially, I'd be interested in checking that out. Although, if it's the media interviewing Hamas going to be like, we must kill the Jews because we're commanded by Allah. Liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. Islam doesn't teach that. That's what I expect from journalists nowadays. All right, so what have we done? We've gone through, we looked at a hadith. We looked at the relevant Quran verse. We saw Mohammed Hijab affirm exactly what 14 centuries of Muslim scholars have said about this. So the takeaway is Mohammed Hijab is saying, he's saying in that clip, if you just go with the Quran, you'll conclude that you can have sex with a 5-year-old because that's all Allah says. He says it's fine. It's totally, notice he repeatedly in that video says it's halal. It's halal if you go with the Quran. Keep that in mind for later. It's halal, according to Allah, to have sex with a 5-year-old according to the Quran. You have to go outside of the Quran to find out that it's haram for some other reason. So we're going to be taking a look at that stuff. All right, so let's go ahead and pull up one of Mohammed Hijab's recent tweets. So Mohammed Hijab got embarrassed over some of this stuff, understandably, because people keep pointing out, hey, look what Mohammed Hijab said about 5-year-olds and so on.
Oh, it also came up while he was on Piers Morgan. Rabbi Shmuley brought it up, and he started denying it there.
And it's weird because I think Rabbi Shmuley said, hey, you're making a video talking about sex with 5-year-olds. That's exactly what you're talking about. Again, guys, the takeaway is not, notice Hijab makes it about himself. This is what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying. Dude, we're talking about your religion. We're talking about your book and your religion and your God. You acknowledge that if you just take Allah's final and greatest revelation, he has nothing after this. If you just go with Allah's perfect eternal speech that you have in the Quran, you would think that you have sex with a 5-year-old. And you say that's why you need to go outside that book. We're pointing that out as a problem. You're going, but what about me? What about me? They're making fun of me. No, we're making fun of your prophet and your God for saying in your book, for saying this. That's what we're doing.
They're making fun of me.
They're talking about me. It's always about him. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
Like, who did this? There have been other people who are like this where, it was Sneeko. Sneeko watched John McRae's first video where he just demolished all of Sneeko's reasons for converting to Islam. And so Sneeko would just sit there and listen to all these reasons, just showing that he has no clue what he's talking about, and all of his reasons for converting to Islam are completely bogus. And then he looked at the picture I used in my thumbnails. What? Why'd you pick that picture? Oh, why'd you pick that picture? That picture was from it. And it's like, that's all you care about?
That's your problem.
Yeah, your foundation for your new religion has been blown to bits. All the da'is who told you that nonsense were exposed as liars, and you're worried about the picture that we... This is hilarious. This is what happens when you get a bunch of narcissists. All right, let's go ahead and check this out. All right, so this is Hijab's post here. He's got some more. He's got some more because, again, Harris Sultan starts challenging him on some of this stuff. But I'm only going to say this once. No, I won't even use his voice. I don't know, should I? Only going to say this once, you little weaklings, since I have limited time to defend myself. Because I've got multiple secret second wives. No, I don't know what he's got. He says he can have them if he wants. So there is a slander that is being repeated with a video taken out of context. The video doesn't take anything out of context. The video says exactly what your position is. If a person misunderstands that, okay, that you could correct them. A video taken out of context that I stated that it is okay to have sex with 5-year-olds. Not what you said in that video. You said, if you just go with the Quran. I said the exact opposite. I was speaking to a person who rejects hadith and stated that if you do not accept the hadith, it is easy to come to this conclusion. Having said this, both Sunni and Shia Muslims do not accept only the Quran, but believe in the Quran and hadith. My view, as stated in the video, is that people should get married when they are capable, both mentally and physically, and that this is understood through specialists like doctors. Again, this total fantasy world, right? Like everyone's around the world. Oh no, you're sitting in a village somewhere. I wonder if I should give my 5-year-old to this guy who wants to have sex with her. The local imam wants her as his fourth wife. What do I do? What do I do? Oh, we go to the doctors and so on. And,
Let's go to the doctor's office to ask if our daughter is ready to get married.
Yeah, and so, I mean, think about that. Hijab has this, like, fantasy. I mean, just think about this. Do you seriously want to be bringing your 5- and 6-year-old? Come on, honey, we got to go to the doctor to see if the imam can bone you. It's like, what? Serious? And notice, everyone has to be constantly be bringing their daughters to the doctor. Is she ready now? Is she ready now? Tell me. Do your measurements. Oh, yeah, she's up to 37 pounds. She's ready, man. Sick,
The
man.
modern solution to that would be to create an Islamic app which lets you know that your daughter is now ready to get married, so you can arrange it.
Yeah, it goes bing. It does a big sound. It does a big celebration sound. Yay, my daughter's ready. My daughter's ready.
Yeah, let's
Yes.
go.
Yes,
Stop
I
talking,
can.
let's go.
I can give her to Daniel Hakikachu, and then he can give his daughter to me, because we're the parents and we give our consent, as Fareed says. I can't. How do we have to have so many shows and videos on this stuff? My goodness. Oh boy. Definitely not what everyone wants to be talking about forever. The modern day idea that adulthood starts at 16 or 18 is an arbitrary social construct.
No, it's not, you idiot.
Like terrorism. Didn't he say something like that?
He did. He made a tweet saying that in reality, terrorism is only a social construct created by neo-colonial something to something Western. I don't know, some really stupid post.
So the modern day idea that adulthood starts at 16 or 17 is an arbitrary social construct. Having said this, I do not advocate that anyone break the law in any country that they are in and get married before these ages. Notice also the title of the video in question: Extreme Consequences of Believing the Quran Only, or of Believing in Islam. Because
he's completely misrepresenting how why people considered, why people have this whole, this barrier of 16, 17 or 18, where after they are seen as adults and ready for marriage. That is not arbitrary.
No.
It is something that, for example, IP explained in his debate to Daniel Kikichu. It is something that you can easily find and easily look up. Mohammed Hijab could do that too. It is not arbitrary. It is based on the average normal conditions of a person completing puberty, going through it and completing it, after which they are considered mature. And on average, it is around the age of 16 or so, or the age of 15. I don't exactly remember, but what they do is they add another year. They give a little bit of grace, and thereby say it is therefore logical to set the limits to at least 16 or at least 17 or at least 18. This is not arbitrary. This is actually very considerate.
Yeah, if you look at what Hijab and Daniel, and they're all having this sort of fantasy world. Notice it's the same thing with like these guys talking about war. It's like the things you're talking about, they work in your mind. Like with Hijab, they should just go fight man to man. Okay, I would agree to that completely if Hamas was going to come out and fight man to man. Is that going to happen? No.
Nope.
Hamas jihadis are going to be dressed up like civilians, amongst civilians, hiding amongst civilians, waiting for you to walk past them so they shoot you in the back. That's what they're going to be doing. And you as a soldier have to go deal with that stuff. And so you don't want to deal with that stuff, so you drop bombs and tell other people to get out of there. And so Hijab's his fantasy about how this would work in his head, it's not how things work in the real world. It's like people who watch a video of a guy pulls a gun on a cop and the cop shoots him, and then they go, well, why didn't the cop just shoot the gun out of his hand instead? Like, I've seen people say that, right, guys? Okay, it doesn't work like that, guys. It can work like that in the movies. It can work like that in some Westerns and so on. But it doesn't work like that in real life. And so this entire scenario here that they're talking about, where there are these constant updates on whether this particular girl, and notice it's completely individuals. It's like case by case basis, and therefore there is no set rule about 16 or 18. It's just, when is this girl ready, and how do you do that? By taking her to the medical experts. And so you got this scenario where all girls are constantly being taken to medical professionals to decide when they can be boned, instead of just saying, okay, in general, girls have completed puberty by 16 to 18, and therefore, okay, err on the side of safety and don't make it too early when some girls haven't gone through puberty yet. So just put it, just make it, as high as needed. That's a general thought. You shouldn't do this. Yeah.
Like they find it stupid, or they find it a modern senseless social construct to actually scientifically analyze and find how humans develop on average, and then based on that make a general rule while also keeping exceptions in consideration. They find that stupid and think, no, you should actually just take every single one of them, just take him to the doctor when she's 2 years old.
Yes.
Ask the doctor if she's ready for sex now.
Yes. And the IDF should just shoot the guns out of Hamas' hands and then take them captive. Wouldn't that be better? Then no one would be killed.
These people are, man,
Total fantasy land. You remember this funny in this super chat here? Funny mob of Muslims attack British man from saying I should not. That was that guy. She was 9. And then the mob flips out on him. The police have to get him out of there, and all he says is Aisha was 9.
The funniest thing that I remember about that clip is him saying that one guy coming to him and saying that wasn't a very wise move, was it? And he's like, no, it was a perfect move.
and then the guy who, whoa, it was Joseph. Man, let's see. You should do a video comparing Uthman to Muhammad. You mean Sheikh Uthman or Uthman the Caliph? I'm guessing Sheikh Uthman, because that's a perfect similarity. Hey, I want your wife. So with Sheikh Uthman, it was his friend. And guys, I'm waiting for details to. I don't really care, but it is relevant for people to understand the people they're dealing with. So we might have to cover it. But yeah, according to what I've seen so far, a guy asked Sheikh Uthman for some help with his marriage, and then Sheikh Uthman married the woman while she was still married. She was not divorced. And then Sheikh Uthman took her as a second wife, even though she was still married to the guy and so on. So that would be a little bit different if that's what happened from Muhammad, but very similar in that Muhammad takes the wife of his own adopted son. So really creepy.
That's so messed up. Like the woman goes and it's like, I need help. And he's like, how about you just become my wife?
Did someone say you need help? I've got some help for you. It's in my pants. That's probably how this guy talks. What's wrong with these guys, man? D-Wood AP, will we ever make a live action satanic versus movie? Maybe we can use captured Hamas folks as actors. I don't know about satanic versus movie. It's not a terribly long story. Maybe a clip, if you mean like a video. That could be a fun reenactment. Oh man, imagine, I hadn't even thought of that. Vocab coming out as Prophet Muhammad. I have a revelation, and starts telling everyone they can pray to pagan goddesses and stuff. That might be a good one. What we have been planning for a little while is a horror movie based on Muhammad receiving his first revelations in the cave.
That's good.
It's going to be an Evil Dead type movie with demons and stuff, and him in the cave, and him being like as dumb as possible. So yeah, we'll see what happens. We got vocab. Vocab's pretty much down for anything. So yeah, it's mainly putting a script together, putting a team together to record it, and then going and doing it. All right, so let's go ahead. So I wanted to get to Hijab's further clarifications here, but what we have is Harris Sultan responds, and Harris is raising some very important points here. In other words, he's saying, hey, don't slip away here, Muhammad Hijab. But Harris says, this is actually true. Muhammad Hijab said, if you read just the Quran, then you could have sex with a 5-year-old. Hijab's argument was that you have to read the Hadith to get a better understanding and not have sex with a 5-year-old. You need the Hadith as well. When you read the Hadith, however, the age of consensual sex goes from 5 to 9. And this is not correct. There are Muslims who have thought that, okay, since Muhammad consummated marriage at 9, therefore that's when you can consummate a marriage. That's not the takeaway, as you can see with Daniel. There's nothing in the Hadith that's saying that. That's just saying Muhammad waited until she's 9. That doesn't tell you that the age of 9 is some magic number that everyone has to wait for. You could that, in other words, that could be explained by all kinds of things. There was things there are hadiths saying that Aisha got sick and her hair fell out, and she was waiting for her hair to grow back because she's bald and things like. There are all kinds of factors. They had just moved from Mecca to Medina. They're really busy with that sort of thing. So there are all sorts of things that you can point at as being part of this. So yeah, 9 is not this magic number, but Harris is raising this point. Okay, so what happens? You go outside of the Quran, you go to the hadith, and then you end up with, and then you see Muhammad marrying a 9-year-old. He says, not much better, but we should present our opponent's arguments honestly. In other words, if Hijab thinks it's okay for a fully grown man to have sex with a 9-year-old. In other words, Hijab thinks it's okay for a fully grown man to have sex with a 9-year-old girl. So that's how Harris interprets Muhammad Hijab. He thinks Muhammad Hijab is saying, don't go with the Quran because you'll think that you can have sex with a 5-year-old. Go to the hadith and you can find out that you can have sex with a 9-year-old. And I think Hijab's going to say no. But look, notice. In other words, so this final line here. In other words, Hijab thinks it's okay for a fully grown man to have sex with a 9-year-old girl. Hang on. Does Hijab deny this? Oh, he says not so. Now that is very interesting. Why? Go back here. The only possible response here is not every 9-year-old. I'm not saying every 9-year-old girl, but he would obviously agree that some fully grown men can have sex with some 9-year-old girls because that's his prophet. That's his prophet. His buddy Ali Dawa says this. His buddy Ali Dawa says he could give away a 9-year-old girl.
Ali
So
D.
yeah, so the only clarification required here would be not all 9-year-old girls, some 9-year-old girls. It's the only relevant clarification here. And then we have Muhammad Hijab's response. Not so. Not so. Liar. My argument is you can get married and have intercourse when the person in question is ready mentally and physically, which may be different in different places and times. The hadith I mentioned was, there is no harming or reciprocating harm. All right, I actually think we need to get an expert on here with us.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, look at it right there. It's school general principle in the principles of Islamic jurisprudence. So now he's talking about the schools of thought. So notice, guys, this is interesting. So notice, Hijab is saying, don't just go with the Quran. If you go to the Quran, it'll lead you astray. Okay, so we'll just go to the hadith and say we can have sex with a prepubescent 9-year-old. No, you can't just go there. No, you can't go there. Can't go there. Well, yeah, prepubescent, yeah, he agrees on that. But no, you have to look for more than that. And then he starts talking about schools of Islamic jurisprudence. So this is getting more and more difficult as far as figuring out what in the world you're supposed to do with a little girl. Allah has made this as confusing as possible on exactly when a grown man can climb on top of a little girl. But let's finish reading this, and then we're going to get, I'm going to get too many Marys on here.
Ooh.
Mary, I don't know if you've seen her, but she's gone through their sources. She's gone through what their scholars from the schools of Islamic jurisprudence say. And we're gonna get her expert testimony on this. But let's go ahead and read this, and then we'll get Mary on there, and then we'll check out the further exchange. So, not so. My argument is you can get married and have intercourse when the person in question is ready mentally and physically, which may be different in different places and times. The hadith I mentioned was, there is no harming or reciprocating harm, which is a general principle in the principles of Islamic jurisprudence. We're going to take a look at that hadith.
Yeah.
The way he's applying it is so insane, so beyond ridiculous. I don't know what he's thinking or how he can even take himself seriously.
Citation needed.
Yeah, we will look. We're going to look at it. But think about this. He's saying, Muhammad said there's no harming or reciprocating harm. So therefore, if having sex with a girl is going to be harmful, then you don't do it. You could say that, you could apply that to anything, right? Say, hey, is taking sex slaves be harmful to them? Yeah. Oh, okay, then you can't do it. Really? What about terrorizing people? Can that be harmful? Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, should you be doing it? No, because it's harm. It's harm. You can't harm people. He's taking this as just something in general that you could just go around saying, okay, there's no situation where you could harm someone.
What about praying 5 times a day? Can it be harmful? Yeah, well, it's harmful. So.
Yeah, can fasting be harmful? Yeah. Oh man, look at your discussion with Rabbi Shmuley. Oh, your daughter, she can take a 2-on-1 with the lube and the lube. Could that be harmful? Could that hurt people's feelings? Yeah. Oh, therefore you shouldn't be doing it. No, he wouldn't use that in any of these scenarios. Just when he notice, when is he bringing this up as an actual method of interpreting the Quran and the Hadith? When he has absolutely nowhere else to go. There's nothing he can quote to us. So he's just doing this. This is hilarious. Anyway, let's go and read this and then get Mary on here, which is a general principle in the principles of Islamic jurisprudence. The way to determine this would be through specialists. As mentioned by the Prophet, whoever takes on the responsibility of a doctor and he is not known to be proficient in such a thing and he endangers a soul, then he is responsible. So, yeah, you're going to be going to doctors here.
You're going to go to a specialist for that. Yeah. Great.
As I mentioned, the arbitrary ages of consent of 14 to 18 are social constructs. 9 years old has no fixed value, though many of the fuqaha, these are the jurists, like the Shafi'is and Hanbalis, say this is a minimal conceivable age. Thus, the argument is that capacity, mental and physical, I wonder where in the name of common sense you get this from the Hadith, mental and physically capable.
Nowhere.
Yeah, where? I want to see it. And this we're going to get Mary on. She knows way more, guys. If you think we know what's in these sources, Mary knows way more. Thus, the argument is that capacity, mental and physical, is what determines appropriate sexual contact or not. If a young man like yourself, so he's talking to Harris, if a young man like yourself has sex with a 100-year-old woman, despite being above the arbitrary ages of consent, you could imagine it would cause harm, thus would be prohibited in Islam. I hope that clarifies my position to you. So now
needed.
Yeah, now he's applying it even to older. He's just generally applying this as a general teaching that applies in all contexts. There's no harming or reciprocating harm. So don't do harmful things, even though, my goodness, what force in the world does more harm than Islam?
I swear, if Prophet Mohammed came back and he was alive today, Mohammed Hijab would argue with him and be like, no,
what you're talking about.
This. Let me educate you.
You're stupid. So, but guys, think about this. You go to the Quran. The Quran will just lead you astray. So, okay, you need to go outside the Quran to the Hadith. The Hadith obviously allows sex with prepubescent girls. You don't get any indication that you're not supposed to have sex with prepubescent girls. And so you have to go with this rule about harm and then say, but we're not supposed to harm. And therefore we have to wait until a doctor says that the girl's going to be fine. So notice you're getting further and further away from what the Quran actually says. This will be a problem in a bit. Let me see if I get Mary on here with us.
Dear doctor, I have a 2-year-old daughter with me. Can you quickly check if she's okay to get married and to have sex with my local imam?
Hey, Mary, it says Mary's in the green room. How do I get someone out of the green room?
Let's go. Green room. You actually have that here?
That's interesting. I didn't know I had a green room. Let's see. If I click on this stuff. Oops, I accidentally clicked off her. Oops. I've never seen that. Like everyone goes in there. And I just click on them. Oh, there we go. Mary, I keep saying you're in the green room. Hang on. Okay, here we go. There we go. Get in the center.
Oh, it is actually a green room, see?
That's why it's called. Hey, we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Try this one. Can you hear me now? Okay.
Yeah, we hear you.
I don't know the microphone I'm on, but it wasn't working on my headset apparently.
Yeah, you're good. You're kind of off camera though.
I'm standing on the edge of my treadmill desk. Give me a sec.
Okay.
Let me move.
You can probably move her around.
Yeah. So let's go back. What? AP, you're thinking. Oh my goodness!
I fell over.
You see.
The punishment from Allah.
You see, the curse of Allah is upon
people who try to balance stools on top of treadmills. All right, this stupid skirt. Okay.
Well, this is a perfect start.
Amateur stuff, really.
Okay.
All
There we
right.
go.
So, Mary, why don't you tell us a little bit about the studying? Have you been following the show here?
Yes, I have, and I have howled with laughter multiple times.
Oh, hi,
My
Mary. How are you
question.
doing, by the
We
way?
have that effect on people.
I'm well. I'm doing well. I actually was not you. It was your what you were reading was extremely funny
It was powerful.
because yeah, Mohammed Hijab talking about mental readiness. Until a woman has intercourse, she cannot be considered to have even consent. Like her silence is her consent until then, and even then, she can be compelled to marry if she is prepubescent by her father, according to all Shia, Sunni, everybody. Your dad can make you marry whoever he wants you to marry if
Now,
you are prepubescent and you have no consent whatsoever. So what is this like mentally ready? You're not allowed to have mental consent if you're underage, but you are allowed to be forcibly married to someone else.
Now, what are you talking about when you're laying down rules and stuff here? Are you making this up, or you heard this from some weirdo, or?
So, a book that I recommend for everyone that's really easy to read, there's a book called Minor Marriage in Early Islamic Law that covers only Sunni, but you can also look up Shia sources. It has a little bit of Shia stuff, but very little. You can go to all of the manuals, and there's the Deobandi manual, for example, which is Hanafi. They're the Taliban, basically, but they follow the Hanafi school of jurisprudence, and they have something called the ornaments, heavenly ornaments that you can read. You can read Reliance of the Traveler. You can read, the Minhaj et Talibin, and like there are just dozens of books that have been translated into English, and you can read any of them, and you can find out what it actually says about these things.
And do these books, I mean, what's the, because I hear all the time from Muslim da'is that it's a requirement in Islam that you have to wait for the girl to be mentally and physically capable, mentally and physically developed, and so on. And I sit back and think, is like I can't think of anywhere in the Quran that says that. I can't think of anywhere in the Hadith that say that. And I know that they know that will be misinterpreted by a listener. In other words, if a da'i says, if a da'i is at speaker's corner and he says, no, what Islam teaches, is that a girl has to be mentally and physically ready. The listener is going to think, oh, Islam teaches that you have to be a grown woman and mature and have completed your schooling and you're physically mature and so on. That's what Islam must teach. And that's what they're going to be thinking. But what are your thoughts on this? Because I can't even figure out where they're getting this from.
First of all, there's absolutely nothing about mental maturity whatsoever, not even a little bit, not a tiny bit.
Wait. So can we thus ask Mohammed Hijab, where are you getting this from? We have no idea.
Yeah, ask him where his fuqaha are that are saying this, because I don't think they exist. So if you go, like, the only thing that I can find anywhere that talks about mental maturity is if you have other children already from a previous wife, you've divorced or has died, so that these children have no mother, then they recommend that you not marry a little child, because that little child couldn't take care of other little children. And that is in the Reliance of the Traveler. And I'm sure that if I searched through, I could probably find a couple of other folks who kind of give the same recommendations. But that's it. That's it for mental maturity. If you have kids already, then you shouldn't marry a small child, because that small child couldn't take care of kids. Now, for the physical readiness, there is in every school, there is a clause about how a girl ought to be able to tolerate intercourse. And there are different phrases for
this is another area where it seems like they rely on the fact that someone who hears, oh, Islam says that the girl got to be physically mature, yeah, or physically capable. They will think
they do mean physically capable, but they're relying on tricking you.
That's what I mean. That they know that their listeners will think, oh, you're saying that the girl has to be fully grown, or that she has to be an adult, physically adult woman, or something like that. When, as far as I can tell, it's more about just not squishing it. Like if someone climbed on top of a baby, you'd crush the baby. It seems to be more along the lines of something like that.
Oh, it's a little bit more horrific than that, actually.
More horrific than that.
Well. Yes. So the issue, what they consider to be the danger of intercourse, is that you will cause, quote, a rupture of her parts, such that her two openings will become a single opening, and she will be forever destroyed, and she will have a fistula that causes feces to flow into her vagina and out of her body for the rest of her life. That is what is meant by her being physically ready. So if it is the opinion of whoever is in charge of making this decision, and depending on her age and depending on the school, the opinion differs. But every single school, none of them say that puberty is a marker for this. They all say that you can have prepubescent intercourse as long as you will not cause a rupture of the parts. That is what is considered to be dangerous. And so you have, and here he is going, oh, a doctor. I dare him to find a single authority that says that a doctor is involved in any way, because depending on the school and the age of the girl, the opinion is either the husband's. If the girl is allowed to live with the husband in most schools of jurisprudence, that decision becomes the husband's only. And so he gets to, if you have let the girl go, even if she's 3 years old, because you let her leave your house, it is now his decision when he thinks she can bear his weight without her parts rupturing.
This has always seemed to me to be, I don't know, because the hadiths aren't clear enough. I've seen people say it in fatwas and so on, but as far as the practice of like in the hadith, Muhammad talks about fondling virgins. He asked the guy, "Hey, who'd you marry?" He says, "A matron," so a grown woman. Muhammad says, "Why didn't you prefer virgins and fondling them?" And what it says there. Notice, if you marry a virgin, then you have sex with her, she's not a virgin anymore. So there's some sort of ongoing practice with virgins that Muhammad is talking about that is somehow preferable to him than to even having sex with a grown woman. And it's something where you're fondling virgins and so on. Anyway, as far as I've connected this stuff from other things I've read, I can't say that's exactly what the hadith means, because that hadith doesn't say exactly what it means. The gist I've gotten, it sounds like, yeah, you can marry a girl who's just not ready. She's not physically ready. You would massively injure her, rupture her, or something like that. And therefore, you kind of play around with her, in bed for a while as you're figuring out, you're trying to assess when she's actually ready to be penetrated. Is that similar to?
So here's the issue, though. Many men cannot apparently help themselves.
That's a problem.
Will have intercourse with a small child with whom he's only supposed to be fondling. And this fondling is the same thing. It's the same word. Whenever Aisha finally eventually got her period when she was like 15 years old, Mohammed would tell her to wrap up in like this loincloth thingy, and then he would fondle her whenever she was on her period and couldn't have intercourse legally. And it is that same word that is used there for what you do with the prepubescent girls. And it's also particularly significant because it is that hadith or that kind of story, if Muhammad is recommending this to people, then Muhammad has done it. Who has he done it with? He's done it with Aisha. Well, he had intercourse with her when she was 9. So before he had intercourse with her, then he was molesting her, frankly, at times, because there was this hard line that was intercourse, and before that, there was the molestation. And so, yes, it's recommended, but if you go into the books of jurisprudence, you will find that in general, they do not recommend handing over your prepubescent daughter to a man to whom she's been married until she is ready for intercourse, because the chances that the husband will no longer be able to like help himself and will rupture her parts are very high. Also, if you hand her over and she reaches the age of 9, at that point, then he cannot be denied, period. That's where 9 comes in a lot of these, is if she has been married, if she has also been handed over, then no one can say at the age of 9 that he has done something wrong if he's had intercourse with her. This is quite the opposite of the kind of thing that they want you to have the view of. Now, as to who
One
decides,
second. Yeah, one second. I just want to make sure everyone understands the principle according to what you're saying, because I've read stories about this happening. Matter of fact, there are medical organizations that they go and for free they go to places where this is an issue. This rupturing the girl. They go to places where this is an issue and perform free surgeries on the girls to make them, because here's what happens. So guys, it is disgusting. If you got kids watching, you might not want to hear this. So you've got so a guy climbs on top of a child bride and he puts his penis in here, and sometimes the girl is just physically not able to do it. He rams it in. It actually tears her. That tear can go all the way into her other hole. And now when things are coming out of one hole, they go in the other hole. And then the husband doesn't want her anymore, and no man wants her because she's got this ongoing medical problem where the holes are kind of combined and so on. And so, and it was really horrific. And by the way, this is primarily an issue in Muslim areas, and the articles I was reading were about this happening in Muslim areas. The doctors will go in there, perform surgery so that the girl is fixed. And they can't, once they do the surgery, they tell their girl, you have to wait until you completely heal. And their husband, as soon as they find out, oh, she's clean now, run in and do it and ruin the surgery. They can't even wait. Oh, my girl is clean again. And they rush right in and do it and destroy it. And then the girl has the same problem over and over again. And so, but notice that it's the same principle Mary's talking about with, okay, if you have a guy and you're expecting him to have the responsibility of deciding when he can penetrate this girl, what makes you think that guy is going to make a wise decision on when that is? You can see even guys who have it explained to them, men have it explained to them. Look, you already messed this girl up once. We perform surgery to fix her. You just have to wait 6 weeks until she's healed. And he can't wait one night. And he goes in and does it. These are people that you expect to make wise decisions. So Mary points out that you do find Muslim scholars who say, therefore, it's better to have this under the control of the parents as long as possible, because the parents will make wiser decisions. Notice we're talking about making wise decisions about sex with a girl, and parents across the board are somehow gonna make brilliant, awesome decisions about this. Go ahead, Mary.
Yeah, there's a problem though, because as long as the girl is not living with the husband, then the husband does not owe her maintenance. And so they have to pay so one of the major motivations for marrying off your young daughter is so that you can get money from selling her, and then you can also get money or no longer spend the money on keeping her up. So you will say, okay, here is my 5-year-old, here is my 2-year-old. You can have her because that way you'll pay maintenance, and we don't have all that much money to like pay for her. So, but please don't have intercourse with her until this time. Now, in some schools of jurisprudence, the parents do still have some authority, even though they've handed her over. But in others, they have no authority left whatsoever anymore. If she runs away from him and goes home, then her parents can choose to forcibly send her back, or he can appeal to a mufti, and he makes the decision as to whether or not, if the parents appeal to the mufti or he appeals, there's a dispute, and they make the decision. In no case is any decision ever made by a doctor. It's made by the parents, a mufti, or the husband. And in some cases, if the girl is 9, the only person who has authority is the husband in some schools.
The
So
whole excuse, Mary, the whole idea, which comes from Mohammed Hijab, for example, that a doctor or a specialist, he needs to come in and decide that. That's all way too fishy, because there is no such tradition, there is no such
no.
thing in the hadiths. You don't find in the hadith going to the doctor, going to a specialist, getting yourself checked. Muhammad didn't go to a doctor. Muhammad's marriage was not approved by a doctor. So a doctor didn't play any role here. This is just something that Mohammed Hijab and people like him say in order to, appeal to a rather, relatively reasonable way of thinking, which emerged in our time, which was not around back then. But these rules were made back then, and they are still applied by many people as they were back then, like Daniel Kikuchi, for example. So the whole doctor thing is complete nonsense, and that should be called out as soon as it is brought up. But yeah, continue.
And by the way, that's part of the goal of what we're doing here, guys. Notice how this discussion has gone over the years. So once we found out, 2000, the early 2000s, mid 2000s, once the critics of Islam start finding out about Muhammad having sex with a 9-year-old girl, we start pointing this out. Hey, because back then, one of the main arguments for Islam was Muhammad is such a wonderful pattern of conduct. He must be from God. I have piles of Islamic apologetics books from back then using that as one of their main arguments. Muhammad is so great. He had to come from God. And so as a response to that, we point out, wait a minute, your guy had sex with a 9-year-old girl. How's that perfect? The response back then was, you guys are all lying. You guys are all lying. And so, so for a while, that was the response. No, you guys are lying. What do? We got social media. We keep sharing the sources. And then it became, they developed all these ways of denying the sources and then piecing together an older age for Aisha, saying she was 16 or 18 by, well, if you go to this source and it says that Aisha went here then, and then over here she looked at this battle, and when Umar wasn't allowed to fight a battle until he did this, and so he must have been this age, and so she must have been this age, and they'll piece together like this 20-part series of things, and then therefore she was 18, something like that. When every last one of those sources that they're quoting say she was 9 years old, right? So you got the problem there. But anyway, so then they did that for a while, and what do? We keep exposing them. No, that hadith doesn't say that. No, you're making that source up. No, that source never says that. Stop lying about what you're saying when you're assembling this little imaginary timeline. And then you eventually get some guys, yes, Muhammad did have sex with Aisha when she was 9, but it's because she had reached puberty. And then we spend years responding to that. And now, guys, what you're getting from Mohammed Hijab is the most up-to-date deception based on all the stuff that's happened over the past couple decades, where they've been exposed for lie after lie after lie after lie after lie. And now it's, you need Islam because you have these arbitrary ages, 16, 18. What about a 100-year-old woman? That's why you need Islam, to teach you the truth. And according to what Mary's telling us about the schools of Islamic jurisprudence, what Mohammed Hijab's position that he's stating is actually not what you get from Islam at all. And it's the latest deception.
What gets even better is the fact, what is the definition of apostasy in Islam? It includes to deny the consensus of the scholars. That is apostasy. So if the consensus of the scholars, in which there is no deviance in the scholarly consensus on this, that a man may contract for his mature or prepubescent virgin daughter against her will, there is no difference of opinion over his father's ability to compel his prepubescent virgin, and there is no difference in opinion over the ability of a prepubescent to have sex done upon her if it is judged by the people who are considered to be the responsible parties, that is her family or her husband, depending on the circumstances, that there's no difference in opinion that she can be compelled to have intercourse, and if she runs away from her husband, she is to be returned. If she is considered by their expertise to be suitable for intercourse. And this does not mean that it is not painful, just to be clear. Pain does not enter into it. What enters into it is only the danger of rupture according to their official opinions. If your parents think that you're not going to rupture and you run to the mufti and he goes, well, most 8.5-year-olds are fine and you look like a pretty chubby 8.5-year-old, then and that's a huge amount of it is about weight. If you're fat, then you're considered to be more able to withstand intercourse. Now there is one tiny saving whatever in the Islamic law, well, in Islamic practice, it's not in law, is that you almost always perform female genital mutilation on your little girl before you hand her over to her husband. And since that is typically done at age 5 or 6, so that she's less likely to be slaughtered when this happens, this means that it's very uncommon for a girl less than 5 or 6 to be handed over. However, the Shia tend to be less picky in this regard, and that's why you get 3-year-olds and 4-year-olds sometimes getting handed off to men for thawing, for this fondling at this incredibly young age. So, I mean, I can go to Hanbali, Ibn Qudama.
Hang on. Yeah, I wanted to. I want to finish because Mohammed Hijab has a final sort of series, a final longer tweet. So let's get Mohammed Hijab's thoughts, and then you can compare them to what we actually read. Hey, you got AP people are look who's thanking you, AP.
Who's thanking me? What?
Hitler and Satan say, "Hey, AP, thanks for the support, much appreciated."
No problem, man. I'll just defend you guys whenever it comes up. Mary, I just have a very quick question. Just if you can elaborate on that for just very, very briefly. I know we keep things in our mind to cite. You might not have a direct reference, but do you happen to have a reference which explicitly goes into the whole the details of the danger of or possibility of rupturing or something like that from a certain fiqh book?
Yeah, I think Mary has a collection of references on this stuff. Maybe we should go through them at some point.
So here's one. Ibn Qudama says that he makes the point that if a woman is very small and her husband very large and she fears the rupture due to his hugeness, then she can prevent him from having sex with her, and he may take pleasure in other ways. Importantly, he must pay the maintenance if he's holding on to her. So
is that in Mughni?
What?
Is that in the book Al-Mughni, or is it?
It is in. Yes, it is.
It's in Mughni. Okay, I'll check that.
And it's 9:621 is the one that it's in. That's where it is. So 9:621 for that one.
Mm-hmm.
And the word and this translation, so it's ifda is the word for a fistula. You have to have this particular word in jurisprudence because it is such a risk and it happens.
Mm-hmm.
But here it's translated fears intimacy, when really it means fears the rupture is what's actually said. It's totally mistranslated here. It's completely obscene to mistranslate that. She fears that her parts are going to be torn and put into one. is what it means. You also have, we have a modern guy talking specifically about this. Hang on. He's Shia, I think. Khomeini.
Oh, the Ayatollah?
Ayatollah Khomeini. Problem number 4, in case of ifda, or the rupture of the parts, so that the passages become one, there shall be the liability for her full diyat. And the same shall be there will also be the same diyat in causing the passage of menses and feces to become one in the same way, without there being a difference in the criminal, in whether the criminal is a stranger or a husband, except in one case, and that is when it is perpetrated by the husband performing sexual intercourse with the wife after her attaining adulthood. But if perpetrated before attaining adulthood, he shall be liable to her together with her dower. So basically, there's a blood price that you have to pay if you've really screwed someone up. And you have to pay a blood price if you cause this on your wife and she's prepubescent, then you have to pay her dower and her blood price. But if she is already an adult, then you don't have to pay her dower and blood price. Another one, and you could also cause it. It is recognized that it can be caused with his finger in another particular ruling. Sistani, 12er Shia Ayatollah, in his ruling 2428, if a person marries a non-balaga girl, which means non-pubescent girl, that is a prepubescent girl, it is unlawful for him to have sexual intercourse with her until she has completed 9 lunar years. He is the 12er Shia are the only people that I have found where there is an authoritative opinion that she has to have 9 lunar years. The other ones, it's up to this various discretions, this, that, and the other, right? So the 12er Shia are out alone in the corner by themselves, right? Then however, if he does have sexual intercourse with her before then, it will not be unlawful for him to have sexual intercourse with her after she reaches puberty, even if she has developed a cloacal abnormality. That means he caused a fistula in her. And if she has developed a cloacal abnormality, he must pay her blood money, which is equivalent to the blood money for killing a human being, and he must also pay for her living expenses forever, even after divorce. In fact, based on obligatory precaution, even if that girl marries someone else after getting divorced, he must still pay for her living expenses. And that's also unusual because most of the books of fiqh specify that she is no longer legal to you if her feces and menses flow together and become one, and if having sex with her means that you will get feces all over yourself, that girl is no longer allowed to have intercourse with anyone. But typically there's a ruling that you have to maintain her for the rest of her life, but you also can't have intercourse with her. So the 12er Shia are unusual in 2 respects here. 1, that they still allow intercourse, and 2, that they generally forbid having intercourse with your wife that you have married before she's 9. Marrying her is fine, but she has to be 9 lunar years when you actually have intercourse with her, and that is very unusual. Very progressive there.
Did you get the answer you wanted, AP?
Yes, extensively. Thank you so much, Mary.
Yeah, well, we have to say it's not the answer you wanted, it's the answer you needed.
It's the answer I had to hear, yeah.
Yeah, here's a quick question for you, AP. Last week, AP and D-Wood showed a little kids program with dumb-looking bears, and kids said, "We'll kill many Jews when we are grown." What's that video title? I must share it. So where can they get that video?
Not specifically sure which one you're referring to, but you can find those easily if you search for
Palestinian Children's TV and
Tomorrow's Pioneers is the title of the show, or you can look for Farfour or simply Palestinian TV shows. There are some clips on YouTube. Some are found on Palestinian Media Watch, which is a website. Others on Memory. But yeah, it's called Tomorrow's Pioneers. If you look for it, you might find it.
Here's a quick question on a topic somewhat tangential to what we're talking about now, but related. Why does the UK silence Anjem Choudary, but not Mojab? I think Anjem Choudary was actually tied to some terrorist activities. I'm sure if they dug deep enough, they'd find plenty of dirt on Mohammed. But what? Any ideas on why they're not going after Mohammed?
Yeah,
Hijab?
I think Anjem Choudary, he was actually directly. So there was an actual link to terrorist organizations and possibly a recruitment channel or something like that, which is why he got in trouble.
Up until then, he was very similar to Mohammed Hijab in that he stayed. I mean, Choudary was a lawyer, wasn't he? At some point, I think he was a lawyer. So
I don't know.
Anyway, Choudary and Hijab. Matter of fact, you see this even in Hijab's tweets when he's like threatening people's wives and so on. He is aware of what the law says is the line, and what in his social media platform, he's aware of exactly where the line is of where they will say you broke the law or broke the rules, and he goes right up to that line, and he'll say things that would cross the line, but he'll just add a bunch of words to them that make it debatable about whether he actually crossed the line. But Choudary used to do that, right? It's like, okay, here's exactly what I'm allowed to say. And so I'm going to say this, and it's obvious, I'm calling for the subjugation of the entire world and so on. But, I'm going to keep it clear that I haven't actually violated the law and called for any specific attacks and so on. And anyway, then Choudary gets arrested because, in fact, he was crossing the lines.
Yeah.
People are really confused. They keep thinking that I'm Muslim. I am a Christian. I'm on Reasons Answers channel. I am not a Muslim. I never have been. I just didn't have time to put on makeup today.
Yeah, there's just not everyone wants to be recognized by jihadis all the time, guys. And so one quick way to do that is to toss something on. We should start doing shows like this. Then they won't know who we are. All right, so I wanted to go back through. Matter of fact, we'll go ahead and go back through. Gosh, since there are people who may have tuned in late, I'll read Mohammed Hijab's tweet that we just read. So there's an earlier one, you can go back. But I want to read Mohammed Hijab's response because then Harris Sultan is going to respond to that. Then we'll read the rest of Mohammed Hijab's tweets, and Mary and AP can tell us what they think. So again, this is Hijab. We already read this earlier, just getting it in everyone's mind because we're about to read Harris Sultan's response. So I'll read this kind of fast. So Harris said, Hijab is saying you can't have sex with a 5-year-old because you have to go to the Hadith. And in the Hadith, you find out that it's okay to have sex with a 9-year-old. So Mohammed Hijab believes it's okay to have sex with 9-year-olds, and which is entirely true, just not all 9-year-olds. It's a case-by-case basis. And you're constantly taking people to doctors and taking your daughter to the doctors to find out when she's ready and so on. But Hijab says, not so. My argument is you can get married and have sexual intercourse when the person in question is ready mentally and physically, which may be different in different places and times. The hadith I mentioned was there is no harming or reciprocating harm, which is a general principle in the principles of Islamic jurisprudence. The way to determine this would be through specialists, as mentioned by the prophets. Whoever takes on the responsibility of a doctor and he is not known to be proficient in such a thing and he endangers a soul, then he is responsible. As I mentioned, the arbitrary ages of consent of 14 to 18 are social constructs. 9 years old has no fixed value. Though many of the fuqaha, like the Shafi'is and the Hanbalis, say this is a minimal conceivable age. Thus, the argument is that capacity, mental and physical, is what determines appropriate sexual contact or not. If a young man like yourself has sex with a 100-year-old woman, despite being above the arbitrary ages of consent, you could imagine it would cause harm, thus would be prohibited in Islam. So notice, Mohammed Hijab is saying it would be prohibited in Islam for a man to have sex with a 100-year-old woman. Why? Because of this hadith on harm. And so what's going to happen, Hijab? You're going to go arrest someone who's having sex with a 100-year-old woman? Explain how this is going to work in the schools of Islamic jurisprudence. I don't mean just give how your ridiculous interpretation that is it does not apparently line up with what we read in the Muslim sources. Give us the actual evidence that, no, you are actually not allowed to have sex with anyone that you might harm. Give us the evidence for that.
What I find funny is that he also typed handbally.
Yes, handballies.
He typed handball.
Yeah, handball.
I just noticed that.
I didn't even notice it, and I read it twice. The handballies.
He's right about one thing. There is an Islamic. There is a concept in Islamic jurisprudence, right, which is about harm, which is called. Correct me, la dharar wa la dirar or something like that, and that deals with harm and reciprocation. But again, you can say that and then make it look like Islam really cares about harm, but that's not really what is understood. And Mary just explained that in detail. The harm we understand in Islamic jurisprudence is not very much in line with the harm we understand today, for example.
Yeah, so let's go ahead and so this is Sunan ibn Majah. Now these hadiths here are da'if in Sunan ibn Majah. I will grant for the sake of argument that there's some version that's Sahih or something like that they're actually quoting, but I'm only familiar with this from places like this. So Sunan ibn Majah 2341, it was narrated from Ibn Abbas that the Messenger of Allah said there should be neither harming nor reciprocating harm. And 2342, it was narrated from Abu Sirma that the Messenger of Allah said, whoever harms others, Allah will harm him, and whoever causes hardship to others, Allah will cause hardship to him. So again, I'll grant for argument's sake that these are Sahih somewhere else. But notice, look at how Hijab is interpreting this. Neither harming nor reciprocating harm. Therefore, you can go to any teaching where Allah himself has said, yeah, you can have sex with a prepubescent girl and so on. And Hijab says, no, you can go in and apply this this statement from the hadith to anything Allah has said and just, come to your own conclusions. So you could actually, according to Mohammed Hijab, notice, hey, look, this woman is out of line and her husband beat her into submission. Okay, is that harmful? Of course, they would say, no, it's helpful. Nope. It's helpful to her. Okay, can you make a case from medical experts, since that's Mohammed Hijab's real criterion here, can you make a case for medical professionals that a man beating his wife into submission is psychologically and physically harmful? Yes. Okay, therefore you're not allowed to do it, according to Mohammed Hijab's method of interpretation. Is that does he even expect us to take him seriously about that? Is jihad harmful? Yes. Is terrorizing others harmful? Yes. Is even subjugating people and making them pay the jizya, is that harmful? Yes, it's harmful. Okay, well, according to Mohammed Hijab, the fundamental principle is don't do harm. So none of this stuff are you actually allowed to do. Hey, AP, yes. You're an apostate. What's the ruling on apostates? Chopping your head off. Is that harmful?
Arguable. I don't know.
Yeah, because the ultimate principle in Islamic jurisprudence, according to our good friend Mohammed Hijab, is you never do harm. Don't harm anyone. It says right here. Look, there should be neither harming nor reciprocating harm. Okay, so AP, you're harming the Islamic community by apostasy. Therefore, they can't reciprocate harm by chopping your head off. According to Mohammed Hijab, this is insane, guys. Mohammed Hijab is saying, I'm taking one thing and I'm using it to throw out all of Sharia whenever convenient for me, because people are criticizing me. That's his entire method here. How, in the name of common sense, can we take this seriously? I'd say that we can't. All right.
It's just so funny. There's this concept named ahimsa in Eastern religions, in Hinduism, Buddhism, Jainism, and all of that, which is about no harm, minimize harm. Like Jainism takes this very seriously. That you are not supposed to harm flies and all that.
Oh yeah, they'll actually strain something out to make sure that they don't actually kill an insect.
Yes, but it sounds like these people, when they explain Islam, sometimes they make it sound like that. But what they actually mean is, don't cause too much harm. But other than that, you can of course chop off heads and take sex slave and this and that. Yeah.
So I would. Hey, Mohammed Hijab's version of Islam that he's promoting there. Wow, I would love the Islam that Mohammed Hijab is promoting that's based just on the principle of not harming other things. However, given Mohammed Hijab's actions and his deeds and his words, I don't think he actually takes that as the fundamental principle here. And I certainly don't think that is the actual way to examine Muhammad's commands about how you treat other people. All right, so
I do want to clarify one quick thing, because there will be some Muslims who will claim, oh, well, this is wrong. You know, she wasn't actually that young, so we need to do something else. Yes, it is considered to be apostasy to go against the ijma, but that's wrong too. We're going to invent a new kind of Islam, and so we just are going to reject this. There is an important historical occurrence that proves that Aisha was in fact a very, very young child, because the daughter of Ali, Kulthum, Umar wanted to marry her, and she was a prepubescent little girl. And Umar asked to marry her, and Ali said no, because she is a tiny prepubescent little girl. And Umar's like, are you going against the sunnah of Muhammad? And so Ali had to hand her over to him, even though he was a wife beater, even though he was awful, because he was the caliph, and also because it's the pattern of, you know, if she was of age, because he was the caliph, he couldn't refuse. But because he was following the sunnah of Muhammad, this tiny little girl had to be handed over to a wife beater because of his authority and position. So if anyone comes to you and go, oh, well, we don't believe that, then you will have to also believe that Ali did not know the age of Aisha, that he just didn't know. Even though Fatima was still in the household, with Aisha, or with her father, whenever he married Aisha, and she was set up in her own house. She was still living at home for like a whole year afterwards. And somehow Fatima doesn't know her age, Ali doesn't know her age. They're all confused, because he should have said, no, she's a little girl, and Aisha, she was 16 or 18 or 12 or 14 or some other age. But he didn't, because in reality, she was a tiny little prepubescent girl, and thus Ali's tiny little prepubescent girl was given over to a known wife beater.
Known wife beater. Man, this just again, this Muhammad said that the best generation of Muslims is that first generations, and it sounds like a big bunch of people that I would not want in charge of making rules about things like this at all.
Oh, a huge number of them are wife beaters.
That shows that you are not a good person, because they were good people.
They're good. They beat their women. You don't, David. See?
See, that's your problem. It shows it's proof.
See, this is why your wives think they can speak.
Yeah.
Francis here says, here's the shekels. Why are you stuttering?
What are you stuttering?
Mossad said, keep up the good work, guys. God bless us and have mercy on us all. Amen. And AP needs Jesus. Hey, you wonder, how could someone like AP get so many messages and not get the point at all? My goodness. All right, let's get back.
What's the point again?
What?
What's the point again?
It says AP needs Jesus. See?
I don't understand. Anyway.
In your face. See? This is what atheism does. All right, let's go. So we saw Mohammed Hijab's response to Harris. Then Harris raises an interesting point about that, about Hijab's response. Let's go ahead and take a look at that. So Harris says, sorry, Mohammed, I don't want to misrepresent you, but forgive me if I didn't understand. So are you claiming, now, by the way, what Harris is asking right here, Hijab knows that he's being deliberately vague about some things because people will misinterpret it in a favorable way, but he can still justify it if he's called out for being deceptive. So Harris actually asked for some clarification. So he says, so are you claiming that during the time of the Prophet Muhammad, especially in the case of Hazrat Aisha, the age of 9 was not harmful for her, as she must have been both mentally and physically ready. So, do you think if one could claim that a 9-year-old is mentally and physically ready for sexual intercourse, we should allow it and thereby push for a legislation to lower the age of consent to 9? Because Mohammed Hijab is saying, I encourage everyone to just follow your laws. Don't break your laws, even though these are the same guys who are saying you can have secret second wives and so on, and be doing polygamy behind the scenes, even though it's illegal. He's fine with breaking those laws, but not this. He wants you to definitely follow this rule. So anyway, Mohammed Hijab says, follow your laws. And Harris is claiming, wait a minute, you're saying that it's a case-by-case basis. Some girls are actually ready at the age of 9. Should we lower the minimum age of consent to 9, but make requirements that the girl, has to see a doctor and has to get doctor approval that this third grader is ready to be married? Is that what you're actually maintaining, Mohammed Hijab? So very, very good question from Harris. If Hijab is saying, hey, you guys actually have a problem. You have a problem with the laws because a young guy could bang an old woman, and what would happen? So you need Islam. You need to go with the Islamic principle of no harm. Well, if we're going with the Islamic principle, then should we change our Western laws and bring them in line with Islamic laws, in which case it would be okay. Is that what you're saying? All right, everyone on board, everyone up to date?
Yes.
Now let's check this out. So here's Mohammed Hijab's response, and we'll get Mary's thoughts on this. Hijab says the general principle is not puberty, as some claim. You mean like Ali Dawa? The general principle is not puberty, as some claim, but ability. And then you've got here terms classical jury, blah, 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 blah. Interesting. When I quote Qadi Iyad, they say, no, that's weak. You got to go to Bukhari, but it's okay with him. But ability, mental and physical. He asserts mental and physical ability, which is to be determined by the best science of the day. So Mary has been corrected. Hijab says that you have to go to you decide whether you can bang a little girl based on the best science of the reason this is insane is you can go to doctors and they say, don't have sex with little girls at all, period. Don't do it. So wait, what do you mean? Like the best Islamic science of the day, the best medical doctors in Islam. So anyway, I'm a medical doctor. Medical doctor doesn't make sense. It's okay. The position is that a 9-year-old or even our 12 or 13-year-old in the 21st century is generally not ready for independent married life with any of its sexual or domestic entailments.
As for nonsense, that there is no big difference in the development between a 21st century person and a 7th century person. This is idiotic.
There's something actually not entirely correct, because during this time, especially during Muhammad's lifetime, Aisha talked about how underweight the girls were. Oh. And we know that being underweight and not having enough to eat means that you will have delayed puberty. This was also a period of time in which there was a lot of illnesses going around. So you had the plague going around and things like that. And whenever people were subjected to more illnesses and less food, they had puberty later. For example, it was strongly documented in the 16th to 19th centuries was a period of time when girls typically had much later puberty than they'd had before. And because Aisha specifically said, as a general rule, the girls of the Muslims were very thin. So whenever she's explaining why she got left behind whenever the camel went, she said, we were so thin that we weighed so little that they didn't know that the camels went on. And we have evidence of that in that Aisha reached puberty after age 14 at the earliest, and perhaps as late as after 16. according to when she was looking at Ethiopians playing games while she was still prepubescent.
And to clarify, Mary, that is not your conclusion. That's people like Ibn Hajar al-Asqalani, who concludes that based on the Hadith that she hadn't reached puberty until she's 14 or 15.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So yeah, I hadn't even thought of that because AP, you gave what we normally, because Muslims will say, but back then girls reached puberty all early and stuff, and so it's different. It's a different world. You're pointing out, no, you didn't reach puberty 4 or 5 years earlier back then. It's not true. But Mary pointed out that actually, if you focus on their specific situation of, them being a persecuted religious minority in Mecca and then having to flee their homes and go to a new area where many of them are poor because, they had to give up their livelihoods back then. They were under all sorts of various stresses, according to the Muslim sources, and that this actually pushes puberty later. So these girls would have been reaching puberty later than girls today.
And also, very important fact, that they talk about mental readiness. And so remember that whenever Aisha was accused in the affair of Ifk, which is a slander, she was accused of running off with this guy, even though she was prepubescent and having intercourse with him. And they took her former slave and beat her to try to extract a confession from her. And what did she say about her? She said, I know nothing wrong in her except that she is a little girl and allows the dough to be eaten by goats. So that means specifically that Aisha was immature and was not able to take on the usual tasks that a woman would have. Like the most basic task of a woman in that society would be to make the daily bread and make sure that the animals don't get into it and eat it.
Not true. Not true. She was given the basic task of scrubbing the endless supply of semen stains off her property.
That is true.
I knew you were going to say that.
Just had to toss that in.
Thank you for the correction. That is taken to heart there. But one of the most basic tasks of being a woman, you take care of the food and you cook and things. And she was not a good cook. And she also let animals come in and break in and eat food. One of the things that shows she isn't a good cook is that one of the rival wives who disliked her sent a dish in on her day to feed Mohammed because she knew she was a better cook. So she's like, yeah, you may be with your haughty little wife, but look, I've made you food and I know you're going to eat my food and not the food that she's giving you because I cook better. And so this shows her immaturity. She didn't learn how to cook. She didn't guard the food. She didn't do the basic things. She was a little girl who didn't keep the food away from the animals. And she's also, Sorry.
I was just going to point out that we should wait on this to continue because Hijab is going to make his case that she was actually mentally mature.
Oh, it gets better. Okay, let's do that. Let's give him his chance.
I have
a great one.
Mary, I did want to pause real quick. Hold that sign up again. Where's your sign?
Oh, yeah.
You could have just said it. So not Muslim. Find me at Reasoned Answers. So what is Reasoned Answers here?
So Reasoned Answers, the stream, the YouTube channel, Reasoned Answers. Like every 5 minutes, there's a new group of people who are like, who is this woman? What is she doing here? So I'm at Reasoned Answers, guys.
All right. And I will have that link in the description box for people who want to check out Reasoned Answers. So that's you, Thaddeus, and
whoever else.
Other guests who jump in with you guys.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, guys, check out that channel. You want to subscribe. And where were we? Were we on this one? Yeah. Okay. Skim through this again, and because this is Mohammed Hijab's last tweet. Well, the last one that I saw. I don't know if he's posted again since then. But it says the general principle is not puberty. So we already read this. I'll skim through it. General principle is not puberty, but ability, mental and physical, which is to be determined by the best science of the day. Science, everyone. That's how Mohammed decided whether to bang his child bride. My position is that a 9-year-old or even a 12 or 13-year-old in the 21st century generally not ready for independent married life with any of its sexual or domestic entailments. Notice he's saying a a 9-year-old today or a 12 or 13-year-old today in the 21st century is not ready for independent married life with its sexual or domestic entailments. And I'm bringing that up because Mary had some responses there. It made it sound like Aisha was totally not ready for this sort of thing. As for the historical realities of 7th, 10th, 15th, or even 19th centuries, I think the situation could easily be said to be different since education systems, work, and domestic life were very different. Societal expectations were also very different across geographies. So notice he continues. Some may say, if your prophet is meant, so this is all the same tweet here, it's just a long tweet. Some may say, if your prophet is meant to be an example for all times and all people, then such action should be generalizable to the 21st century. This is false and a non sequitur. As 14th century classical scholar Ash-Hatabi states in his compendious Muwafakat, one of the most important works on the principles of jurisprudence ever authored, that principles are more encompassing than individual pieces of evidences. Note, in this case, there is no individual piece of evidence anywhere in the Quran or Sunnah that instructs, as a matter of imperative, anyone to marry a 9-year-old. That's true. And we pointed that out as a problem for people who say that 9-year-old is some sort of a minimum age. It's not. Thus, the Islamic harm principle, not to be confused with the social liberal one, becomes the main tool for Notice, my goodness, he's saying the Islamic harm principle becomes the main tool. It's the main one. It's the main go-to tool for muftis to use when determining appropriate sexual and domestic marriage interactions. You had something you getting fed up, AP?
No, I'm just pointing out the obvious elephant in the room here, as we have discussed so much. What he is basically here explaining that that putting a number to it would be completely arbitrary and baseless, and for the very same reason, Daniel Hikikiju nowadays tells us that that it's possible and allowable to marry and have sex with a 3-year-old girl because she could show early signs of maturity. So.
Yeah. So, hey, what's this song going on?
Oh my gosh, let me yell at my husband. Sorry.
All right. So, thus, the Islamic harm principle, not to be confused with the social liberal one, becomes the main tool for muftis to use when determining appropriate sexual and domestic marriage interactions. So you do have this principle in the Muslim sources. The way Mohammed Hijab is applying it is something you just don't find. He's inventing this. He's inventing this as the latest form of deception to defend child marriage in Islam. That's what he's doing. So this is the latest.
You know what? He's actually, I feel like he is trying to combine that Islamic principle, which is completely different, with his understanding of utilitarianism. This is what he means. He is trying to point out that the harm principle is different from the harm principle found in liberalism. But while he is pointing that out, he is actually here mixing that Islamic principle with the liberal principle and trying to make Islam look like it is a form of utilitarianism, or like Islam has a form of utilitarianism, but it's not remotely the same thing.
Notice that he won't say what the harm principle is. That it's, does she fear a rupture? Is a rupture to be feared?
Yeah.
That's the harm principle. He has never once articulated what that harm is. The harm is a fistula. That's the only harm that's ever considered. It's not being considered.
So just to be clear, you have in the hadith, there is don't harm or reciprocate harm. We know you can't just take that as a blanket command to never harm. It would completely destroy everything else in Islam about killing apostates and jihad and lashing people and chopping off hands and beating wives. It would completely contradict all this stuff because Islam allows a lot of harm to people. So you can't just apply this as a blanket command. So the question is, how should this be actually applied in Islamic jurisprudence if it's something you're supposed to take into consideration, how do you reconcile this? This is the question. How do you reconcile this harm principle and apply it while acknowledging that the Quran allows sex with prepubescent girls, while acknowledging that Muhammad himself had sex with a 9-year-old prepubescent girl? So how do you thus reconcile it? And Mary's point is that the way the Islamic scholars actually applied it is not what hijab is trying to trick people into thinking here. Their concern was, hey, if the girl is so tiny that you're going to rupture her when you ram your penis in her, then don't. Wait a little longer. Wait until she weighs a little more. Then try it. It's more something like that. Whereas Muhammad hijab knows that people are thinking, oh, yeah, it would be harmful to have sex with a child bride. Therefore, oh, okay, Islam is actually against that. And Islam has a better principle than Western nations, which just say, okay, you can't have sex with a girl before she's 16 or 17 or something like that.
You know what's very ironic here?
I have
Muhammad
one thing
hijab
that-
is basically guilty here of what traditionalist Islamic scholars have always warned Muslims of, which is engaging in philosophy and thereby corrupting the Islamic understanding. It's very ironic.
He's
that
in
this
all
is what
kinds of
Muhammad
trouble.
hijab is. Muhammad hijab is basically doing that. He is mixing modern, liberal philosophy with Islamic philosophy, and thereby creating something completely un-Islamic, and is engaging in the very same thing that Muslim scholars have condemned forever throughout Islamic history.
Yeah, and Daniel Hakikachu thinks Muhammad hijab is his best buddy, his best partner in dawah now. And hey, Daniel, you got hijab inserting his own ideas, committing the sin of bid'ah like crazy. And we're going to see an even bigger problem here in a little bit. Mary, you had something you wanted to before you're rudely interrupted by AP? Mm-hmm.
I have another interesting contradiction here that Muslims have to deal with. They will say that she was mentally ready for marriage, right?
Oh, whoa.
Yet,
wait. If you're going to explain that, that's his next paragraph. So should we go ahead and finish out this tweet?
oh, sure. Go
Okay, so let's see. I'll read the end of this. I'll read the last sentence of this paragraph, and then we'll go on to his final one, where he argues that he gives his case for Aisha being mentally mature. Thus, the Islamic harm principle. So we're at the end of this paragraph. Thus, the Islamic harm principle, not to be confused with the social liberal one, becomes the main tool. It's the main tool, everyone. The main tool in Islamic jurisprudence is don't harm. Do not harm anyone ever. That's Islam for you, everyone. To use when determining appropriate sexual and domestic marriage interactions. And here we have the final. Here, the end, last paragraph of Muhammad hijab's defense of child marriage in Islam. Moreover, as you may know, however, if you study the seerah of the Prophet Muhammad, Aisha showed both severe love and jealousy to the other wives of the Prophet, and in no report indicated being trapped in a relationship she didn't want to be in. If one wants to make an argument that the Prophet Muhammad's marriage to Aisha caused her mental or physical harm, then clearly the burden of proof is upon them to make a historical case using the many thousands of hadiths that are available. So just going back to the beginning.
She didn't complain. She didn't complain. So,
Well,
Yeah,
that's
so-
exactly what the guy who abused children for Dragon Con, the Dragon Con guy who sexually assaulted children, and a number of other people said, well, if you groom children, you can groom infants and toddlers and 5-year-olds and 8-year-olds, et cetera, et cetera. And there are ways of grooming them that do not, in fact, cripple them for life, but that doesn't mean it's fine. It's absolutely disgusting to say that.
Yeah, this
That's
is
like saying,
oh, go ahead.
I mean, that's like Kinsey level stuff.
Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
guys
creepy.
know who Kinsey is, like completely creepy and disgusting.
Well, but
This is
utterly
also the Andrew Tate defense, right? No, hey, go ahead and ask these girls that I spent years manipulating, conditioning into mindlessly obeying everything I say. Just ask them if I harmed them. No,
they don't
no,
complain
no,
except the
he-
ones that actually complain. Yeah.
no, Andrew Tate didn't harm us. We love him. He's the top G. We tattoo his name all over our bodies and let him bang us and strip naked, and we give him the money, and he's our hero. Oh, okay. See, he hasn't harmed them at all, right? So it's there. So anyway, here's his case. Aisha showed both severe love and jealousy. So this is a sign of her mental maturity. No, notice. If I got my kids fighting over toys, this is a sign that they're jealous of their toys, and so they're mentally mature and they're grown up. See, look how jealous they are. Look how jealous they are. And if my 5-year-old son is constantly hugging his mom, I love you, mommy, I love you. See, severe love. Okay, this is a sign that he's mentally mature and ready for marriage at the ripe old age of 5, according to brilliant scholar of Islam and in no way deceptive Mohammed Hijab. All right, so we've gone through Hijab's entire case here that he posted on Twitter, responding to people who pointed out that he acknowledged that if you just read the Quran, you'll conclude that you can have sex with a 5-year-old. Some people, even though it's not what he says, even in the shortened clip, even though he doesn't say, hey, I approve of having sex with a 5-year-old, he's saying this is what you'd get if you just go with the Quran. Therefore, you need to go to the Hadith. If you go to the Hadith, of course, you don't find anything that would tell you otherwise. But he says, there's this harm principle, and I'm going to apply it. I'm going to apply it to these other situations so you can't harm a girl. And he says, this is how it's applied in the schools of Islamic jurisprudence. And Mary has pointed out that's not how the schools of Islamic jurisprudence applied it. The only thing they're applying there as far as the harm principle is that you don't want to rupture the girl, and it's good if she's a little heavier. If she's too small and frail, then you want to be careful. You don't want to mess around there. And otherwise, there's nothing that Hijab has said that would change our minds about this being absolutely horrific and disgusting.
No, you got schooled. You got educated
there's
by
also,
Mohammed Hijab.
they argue that she was mentally mature, right? That's a huge argument. She was mentally mature. She was mentally mature because they needed Muhammad to marry this tiny child so that she could transmit all these ahadith, and she was super mentally mature. But why was it that she was allowed to play with dolls? It wasn't a sin for her because she was under the age of moral accountability. So she was not old enough, according to their stances and according to their own valuation. She was not old enough to be morally responsible for a sin of playing with images, right? Because it would be a sin for an older person to have an image. But because she was prepubescent, she is not morally accountable. And yet and that's because mental maturity is supposed to be so low that you don't have moral accountability. And yet she's supposed to have the mental status to transmit a hadith. She's supposed to have the mental status to be able to have a marriage, but she doesn't even have moral culpability for something that would be a sin. Very, very, very crucial. There's also one more fact.
Hang on. Just to clarify, I want people to understand that you're pointing out that she's allowed to. So, guys, according to the Hadith, you're not allowed. According to Islam, you're not allowed to play with dolls because dolls are images, and images are forbidden. You might accidentally start worshiping them or something. We read these hadiths about Aisha. Yeah, we read these hadiths about Aisha playing with dolls. The explanation, according to Islam, is before you've reached puberty, you haven't reached the age of accountability. You haven't reached the age at which you're responsible for committing sins like that, and therefore they don't even apply it to kids before puberty. They're not ready for that. And so Mary's pointing out that according to the Hadith, Aisha was not at the age where she's accountable for sins. She's not even at that age, and Hijab is saying, "You see, she's mentally ready. She's mentally ready for being a wife and she's not even responsible yet. She's not even responsible for not having images in Islam yet, and yet she's an adult. This is ridiculous." All right, go ahead, Mary.
And then the final point is that if somehow he needed to marry someone who was young and who would live a really long time to transmit all of these things, through the period when Umar and Abu Bakr forbade transmitting a hadith, they said, don't do it. So they needed someone who would outlive them so that these could be written down, all right, supposedly. Aisha's sister outlived her. Aisha's sister was 10 years older. He could have married and was not married at the time that she got engaged with him. So he could have married someone who was 16 at the time of engagement, right? A betrothal. And that person outlived Aisha by a number of years and could have transmitted it much more. If Allah was so incompetent that he absolutely had to rely on a half-brained woman who is crooked in the head like a rib is crooked, if he was so pathetic that the only way to get this information across, because the Quran itself is incomplete, then why not pick her older sister who lived longer? Why
Correct me
pick
if I'm
the
wrong, but
younger one?
even some of his other wives actually outlived Aisha.
Yeah,
I believe.
several of them did.
Yeah.
She was not the last to die.
So
Yeah,
there was
and-
no need for that at all.
Well, yeah, it was always just made up. It was always just, it's a made up response. Why did Muhammad have to bone a 9-year-old? Oh, so she could remember things about him. Okay, well, seriously, is that the only way Allah can come up with transmitting reliable information about
Of
about
course,
someone?
that is the absolutely necessary plan by Allah. Of course.
Super chat here, Dr. Wood. Idea for a future show. If you haven't done it already, have you ever or would you ever do a show on Sharia versus Torah? I don't remember if I made a video. I think I did. I know I wrote an article for the Christian Research Journal. I think I did a paper at EPS. It was titled something like 5 Differences Between Sharia and the Old Testament, where I actually went through the main differences between, because people look, you got this penalty in Sharia, you had this penalty in the Torah, so how are you calling out one of these, and so on. Actually went through some of the differences. I don't remember. Anyone remember if I made that video? I know I wrote an article for a journal, and I know I gave a paper at a Christian philosophy conference. I don't remember if I made the video, but yeah, we can always, if I haven't, we can always do I can make a video on that. It's an important topic. All right, back to the subject. So what are our,
Oh, and the thing about her showing jealousy. What's really funny is there are 2 particular events where she, quote, showed jealousy, unquote. One of them, I told you about the wives cooking things because she was a terrible cook, because she was never taught how, because she was a tiny child when she was married. Well, she took one of those dishes and she just smashed it on the floor. That's not a behavior of a mature person.
That
is
sounds like
the
a tantrum.
behavior of a child. Yes, she threw a tantrum. And there was another time when Zainab ibn Jahash came in and started calling her names, and Muhammad's like, "Oh, abuse her back," and then was really happy whenever she started calling her names back.
Cat fight.
And I'm like, yeah,
cat
this
fight, cat fight. The Muslims all gather around. Cat fight, cat fight.
It shows how mature and wonderful and great the marriage was.
Wasn't Zainab the leader of the rival faction? There was Aisha and her.
It was Salama who allied with Zainab.
Uh-huh.
So in Aisha's faction there was Aisha, Hafsa, Sauda, and then after the affair of Ifk, where she realized that there were tons of women stacked against her now, she made sweet with Safia. And so Safia became, because she was right after the affair of Ifk, was whenever Safia got raped by Mohammed and forced to be his wife. And so she made nice with her to get her faction larger. Yeah. Everyone else was with Salama. And Salama was buddies with Fatima. And Fatima, imagine, it's really easy to remember how old Fatima was whenever Aisha married Muhammad, because she was exactly twice her age. So 9, 18. Fatima was 18 when her father married a 9-year-old, and for some odd reason they didn't get along well. Can you imagine? And because of the fact that Fatima and Aisha were still Fatima wasn't married off until about a year later, and so they had all this time for this animosity to grow up. And that's what caused Ali to be against Aisha, was the fact that Fatima really despised her from the beginning. And then that caused the whole Sunni and Shia split, because Muhammad could not keep it in his pants and had to go and have sex with a tiny little girl, and then had to marry Salama, who said, I don't want to remarry because I'm a jealous woman and I cannot share my husband. And Muhammad said, I will pray to Allah to take away your jealousy. That didn't work so well. Apparently Allah was like asleep. He was off that day.
He was probably.
All right. So, wow. There is one more problem I wanted to bring up, and Mary, you can share any additional thoughts.
You know what I find so impressive?
What's up?
I remember reading about this stuff of the infighting, the factions between the wives ages ago, but it's never something I would keep so much detail of, in my mind. It's so impressive that you actually have all of these things saved.
Well, it's because
in there.
I'm a woman and I wanted to know all of the familial relationships, because it really struck me that the Sunni and Shia split was a family fight. So I'm like, what is this feud? Where's it from? What happened? And so I cataloged like all of these incidents where they like at each other in these fights and these disagreements and all of this stuff where each one, Aisha is trying to get one over on Fatima and Fatima is jealous of Aisha and all of this stuff. Like, right. That's why I did it. So,
it isn't amazing. Again, Muhammad says that that first generation of Muslims is the best generation, and his wives, they're the mothers of the faithful, and so on. And the mothers of the faithful are in this civil war amongst themselves, and then it spills over into the entire Muslim community. And then you've got Ali, the commander of the faithful, and Aisha marches an army against him. So the mother of the faithful marches an army against the commander of the faithful, and thousands of Muslims die in bloody combat and so on. And this is the best generation. And then you got Jordan Peterson. Oh, hey, Sunnis, get a Shia pen pal. That'll solve it. And it's like, wait, Muhammad said the best generation is the generation that almost annihilated itself with violence.
It would be funny to make a modern reality TV show about this, about Muhammad's wives fighting each other. That would be fun to watch.
Wait, it could just be a bunch of like dudes but wearing burqas, just like beating the crap out of each other in a big fight.
Dude, it was so catty, and the whole thing about Allah married sent an angel with you wrapped up into it as a baby, and that's why he's a little girl, and that's why I married you. That was almost certainly because Zainab ibn Jahash was saying, oh, well, you all married the Prophet because the Prophet wanted to marry you. But Allah married me to the Prophet in Jannah. And so that I'm more special than all of you. So Muhammad's like, oh, it's okay, Aisha. Jibreel came with you all wrapped up. And then later he says to Safiya, oh, you're from a noble line, Safiya. Don't be jealous. You're really secretly my favorite.
By the way, this is Muhammad didn't need the lover boy method in the same way, but there are elements of it there, and that part of the lover boy method, he gets the girls to fall in love with him, and then uses that to control and manipulate them into doing sex work for him. But one of the main features is making each girl think that she's actually special, and the one that he really likes, there's something special about her, so she can feel different. Like, oh yeah, I'm in here, but I'm different. I'm special. And you see Muhammad doing that with his wives. Hey, you're special. No, you're special. No, you're special. My goodness, man.
Poor Soda, though.
Oh, poor Soda. But what's really funny, one of the times he wanted to hang out and camp out in the mosque, and he let Aisha pitch her tent there. And then a few days later, one of the other wives pitches her tent, and then another wife pitches her tent. And finally, Muhammad's like, all of you, back to your houses. All these wives pitching their tents everywhere is getting out of hand. Because they're all trying to be rivals. They're all trying to be close to him. They're all trying to have that little position. Very, very unhealthy because, of course, what does God actually call for? Monogamy. And Muhammad knew that polygamy was miserable for women because he forbade any man who was married to one of his daughters. They were never allowed to marry another woman as long as that woman was alive. They were only married to his daughter. Why? Because he loved his daughters, and he wasn't going to have his daughters mistreated by having them have another woman. In fact, he even denied Ali he denied Fatima, a slave, because he knew that Ali had no control and was banging women every time they went out on, he loved the muta marriage, right?
That's all
why
over the
she used to
hadith.
have it.
Yeah.
And he knew that if they got a slave, he would not keep his hands off that slave and it would upset Fatima. And so he goes, oh, Fatima, I have something better for you. Recite this 30 times and recite this 20 times and recite this. And it's even better for you than a slave. And she's like, but my hands are like getting torn up, grinding the stuff. He's like, no, trust me, it's better. And then Ali goes off and bangs a slave from among the captives before the captives have been divvied up and claims her. And Muhammad's like, well,
what do you want me to do?
More.
What do you want me to do?
Yeah, what do you want me to do? Well, he kind of deserves all of that, even though he had denied him all of this time before, because he knew darn well what was going on, what he was going to do. Once he wasn't going to get rid of one of his fine generals for disobeying him whenever it was his own relative. So this is.
By the way, doesn't that suck? So Muhammad's got. So Muhammad does understand, right? His daughter is in a different category from the girls that he's banging. No, you're not doing that with my daughter. No, you can't marry her. She's too young right now. She's too young. Well, why'd you take Aisha? Aisha's different. This is my daughter we're talking about, guys. This is my daughter we're talking about, guys. You're not going to treat my daughter like I treat other women and girls. And then she gets married. Ali can't have other wives to help out with the housework and the cooking and cleaning and stuff. And she can't even get a female slave to help with the cooking because Ali would not be able to not bang the slave girl. And so her life ends up more difficult than the other girls when Muhammad's trying to protect her from what he knows are the harms of polygamy. Wow.
Yep.
What a great, awesome religion. Hey, AP, you had a request here. Please do D. Wood and AP, please do impressions of a conversation between Andrew Tate and Dr. Jordan Peterson. I also love AP's French and Italian accent. Lol. I guess you would be Jordan Peterson.
Yeah.
So want to tell Tate to get a pen pal or something? I don't know.
Yeah, we could make a whole thing on that. We could make a whole episode or a whole video on that.
Oh well, just do the short version. Jordan Peterson telling Andrew Tate to get some sort of pen pal to help him out.
Yeah, Andrew Tate, how about you get a pen pal instead of luring women into becoming sex workers? Yeah.
What kind of loser? Bottom beta male. What's a pen pal when you could be tricking out thousands and thousands of girls, having them do everything you want, being part of a war room, and making millions of dollars and being the top G? This is why you're a loser and I'm not. Yeah, we'll have to do a more thorough version of that. One more for what?
This is funny. Solitary Amy says, I like AP's Farid accent, which is, I'm specifically deliberately overdoing it. I'm not even trying to sound like Farid. I'm just doing
you're normally supposed to.
When I talk about David Wood, I talk like this.
Yeah, when I talk like David Wood, I know. I told people I can't tell if that's an accent or him just speaking in the most condescending way imaginable. AP again, quick version. This is off topic, ladies and gentlemen, although it's slightly relevant because we're condemning child marriage. AP, so this is a follow up on your earlier horrible acknowledgement that you have no basis for criticizing child marriage. If you don't believe in objective moral laws, is your opinion subjective? Humans disagree on almost everything, i.e., human flourishing. In other words, so I'm thinking about Daniel because Daniel seems to actually he seems to base his case somewhat on human flourishing. Like it's better to catch a girl right when she's ready. I mean, right at the moment she is most fertile. You want to be banging her then so she can, crank out as many babies as possible.
He is one of those. He is another one aside from Mohammed Hijab who philosophizes and thereby corrupts Islam when he explains it. Despite his horrible fundamentalist Islamic views, he uses philosophy, and thereby becomes guilty of the very thing that Muslims have condemned. While he opposes philosophy and says that that Western philosophy is like a behemoth, he also loves it and applies it while mixing it with Islamic tradition. It's bizarre. But to the answer to the question here, so when I say objective moral values or objective moral law, what I mean is that there are no that I don't view. That I don't think that there is an inherent objective morality, which does not mean that you can't come to certain, objective moral values that you, get from something else. But that would not be my view. I just want to quickly, actually, based on something that Daniel Kikichu says, right? He said in that video that we watched earlier, when he was talking about child marriage, that. He talks about how child marriage is okay, and then somebody asks me, if you don't believe in inherent objective moral laws, how can you disagree with him or how can you condemn him? Now, I would look at it just from this perspective, and I'm not sure if I can explain that very well right now.
Don't worry, too. We can go into more detail on this because this is kind of a side issue. But yeah, go ahead, finish what you're saying.
Because I did make a video, in that video, at the end of Mohammed Hijab, I made a whole section where I explained my moral perspective and my moral stances. But the way I would view it is, I even wrote something down here. So it's not contradictory to not having any objective moral laws. The way I look at it is simply, Daniel Hikikichu is sitting there and promoting the idea that it is okay to marry and possibly have sex with a 3-year-old girl as soon as she shows signs of maturity. I could now sit back and think, well, okay, there is nothing natural in the world which dictates that is objectively wrong. I could say that, right? But the thing is, I don't base my morality on that, so it doesn't really matter if there is such a thing or not. What I base my morality on would be, we live as humans in societies. In societies, we adopt certain ideas, certain emotional responses, which we base on the very facts that some things harm us or benefit us and reward us. When I hear Daniel Kikichu say that a child is at 3 years could be ready for marriage, what I think of is, if I had a daughter, for example, or if loved ones have daughters, or if I know a 3-year-old girl, it would be disgusting for me to observe that 3-year-old girl is taken and given to a man who would then be able to have sex with her, penetrate her, and damage her, because I am aware of the consequences of that, because I live in a society and I see the humans around me. If a person that I love and value very much was married to somebody at the age of 3 and was penetrated by an animal, that person would end up being severely harmed, severely damaged, mentally, physically, and so on. And I would feel the pain of that as a member of society who lives with that person, and as somebody who knows that person and who values that person. So because of this, because I'm very well aware that this is indisputably harmful, damaging, and therefore disgusting, which humans may have learned over time, or may have learned in their very tiny little lifetimes, I would therefore oppose this. But this is just a very small example, which is already way too long. If we want to get into these topics, we can talk about them lengthily.
So it would be a kind of application of the golden rule. Hey, I wouldn't want someone doing that to my daughter, so I don't want anyone. I wouldn't want to do that to some other daughter. And interestingly, if Ali Dawa is watching this right now, he's going to walk away going, "You see, AP affirmed incest." Somehow that would be the takeaway message.
You know what the irony here is?
You're saying it wrong. It's secure the female. Remember, we have to use the word secure the female, because that is what Hikikachu says, because that's what you are. You're breeding stock to him.
Yeah. The irony here is, this whole stream we have read Mohammed Hijab saying, I have been misrepresented because in my video I didn't say that I'm okay with it. The very same guy, Mohammed Hijab, spread this stupid notion that I am okay with incest.
Yeah.
Because based on a question where I was asked about incest, and I specifically said that I'm not okay with it because of these circumstances. If those circumstances weren't there, it would be okay, but that's not possible because they are always there, which is why I'm against it. But he took that deliberately out of context and spread this misinformation about me. And here he is talking about being taken out of context.
No, I know it's ridiculous. These are the kings of misrepresenting people, and then they whine about people misrepresenting them. Which again, even the condensed version of that video didn't misrepresent him. It's clear what he's saying. You could just, some people can listen to it and come away with the wrong conclusion if they just hear, oh, 5-year-old and think that he's talking. There is one more issue I wanted to cover before we start winding down. I think we may have alluded to a little bit. Wait, one more. There's a question for you, AP. AP, opinions on Ismaili Muslims and Ahmadi Muslims. Any general thought right there while I pull this up?
The only thing that I know about Ismaili Muslims are that they are they are very much considered a minor sect or a cult, even have very strange, very interesting beliefs. But you can find such thoughts, such beliefs all over Shia Islam, such offshoots. But I don't have much thoughts on them. When it comes to Ahmadi Muslims, I just think I kind of view them similar to certain sects within Christianity that are not even considered Christians.
Guys, don't think I'm childish. I'm saying that because he always does. Whenever I say certain sex, he goes, oh, he said sex.
Yeah, I think that I just think that, so I didn't consider them Muslims when I was a Muslim, and I think when Muslims say that that Ahmadis are not real Muslims, they kind of have a point, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I'm only familiar with Ismaili Muslims from a little bit of interactions and so on. They seem way more philosophical and so on, and they don't seem to have a lot of the same issue. Just by rejecting Sunni sources, you get something better generally if you just toss those sources. So this would be Quran only Muslims. I mean, Mohammed Hijab's entire case is. Hey, if you're Quran only, then you'll walk away thinking you can bang 5-year-olds and chop their heads off if they get out of line. Yeah, that's his actual position. So it's so dangerous that you need to go with the hadith. And you go to the hadith and it's like, this is ridiculous, which is driving people to Quran only Islam because of all the horrific things. So you've got this battle amongst the Muslims. It's like, no, your position is horrible and evil and disgusting. No, your position is horrible and evil and disgusting. And they're having this battle over whose Islam is whose Islam is more horrible. But yeah. I mean, in general, I think if you reject the standard Sunni hadiths, you end up with something better.
Except that you can't tell how you're to strike your wife. You could be chopping her head off when you're annoyed at her, and you could have sex again with a small child. But the reason that they go to Quran only is because the ahadith they consider it to be unsuitable to Allah. Like, there's no way this could come from Allah. This is so disgusting. Well, yeah, because it came from Muhammad. It didn't come from any god. Just like the Quran, which is also just as disgusting. It says that you should strike your wife with the same word that you strike off the heads of the disbelievers or strike off their fingers.
This is so Islamophobic.
Yeah, it's pretty messed up, Mary. All right, so this last issue that I wanted to get to here is that listen to what Mohammed Hijab's actual position is, because I pointed this out before, just in response to what he was saying in that video, saying, hey, if you just go with the Quran, you'd have to conclude that sex with a 5-year-old girl is halal. It's halal. You could do it. No problem. 0. We say it's haram. Why? Because we go outside the Quran and go to the hadith. Why is this an issue? Let's go ahead and take a look here. So this is Ibn Kathir's commentary on Surah 9, verse 31. And he gives the verse in parentheses there. They took their rabbis, so talking about Jews and Christians. Surah 9, verse 29, that's the command to fight Jews and Christians until we pay the jizya. And then you say, well, why are we fighting Jews and Christians? I thought we were all on the same side. The next verse, no. Christians say that the Messiah is the son of Allah, and Jews say Ezra is the son of Allah. And so that's why we have to be fought. And then, well, is there anything else against us? Yeah. 931, they took their rabbis and their monks to be their lords besides Allah and the Messiah, son of Mary. So the condemnation against us here is that Jews and Christians took rabbis and monks to be their lords besides Allah. So you've got Allah, and then in addition to Allah, Jews and Christians take rabbis and monks to be lords. I mean, lords. They're associating partners with Allah. And so we've got Imam Ahmed at-Tirmidhi and Ibn Jarir al-Tabari recorded a hadith via several chains of narration from Adi bin Hatim, blah, 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 who became Christian during the time of Jahiliyyah when the call of the Messenger of Allah reached his area. Adi ran away to Asham, and his sister and several of his people were captured. So he takes off. His sister and several of his people were captured. The Messenger of Allah freed his sister and gave her gifts. So she went to her brother and encouraged him to become Muslim. So she's Muslim now. She wants her brother to become Muslim and to go to the Messenger of Allah. Adi, who was one of the chiefs of his people, Muhammad loved winning the chiefs over because he knew then you get large numbers of people, and whose father, Hatim, was known for his generosity, went to Al-Madinah. When the people announced his arrival, Adi went to the Messenger of Allah wearing a silver cross around his neck. Oopsie. The Messenger of Allah recited this ayah, they took their rabbis and their monks to be their lords besides Allah. Notice, this guy wears a cross, and Muhammad says, look, they took their rabbis and their monks to be their lords besides Allah. So in other words, hey, this guy's a Christian. Let me respond to Christians. Adi commented, I said, they did not worship them. So notice the criticism. What do you mean they took them as their lords? They didn't worship these guys. What are you talking about? Jews aren't worshiping their rabbis. Christians aren't worshiping their monks. What in the name of common sense are you talking about, Muhammad? The prophet said, yes, they did. It's like, what are you talking about? Wait, we're not bowing down to rabbis. We're not bowing down and worshiping monks. What in the name of common sense are you talking about? Muhammad explains what it means to take someone else as your Lord. Yes, they did. They, rabbis and monks, prohibited the allowed for them, Christians and Jews, and allowed the prohibited, and they obeyed them. This is how they worshiped them. You get that? Get your mind around that, guys, because this is really, 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 really important here. Yes, so this guy says, hey, Christians don't worship monks. Jews don't worship rabbis. And Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, says, yes, they did. Well, how? How? They're not bowing down to them. So how are they worshiping their rabbis and monks? How are they worshiping human beings? They, the rabbis and monks, prohibited the allowed. So they made haram what is halal, and they allowed the prohibited. They made halal what is haram, and they obeyed them. So human beings, rabbis and monks, tell people, hey, this, even though God says one thing, we're telling you some modification of it. We're making something that is halal, haram, or we're making something that is haram, halal. And not according to D. Wood, not according to AP, not according to Mary, according to Muhammad, the prophet of Islam, if you say, look, it's halal here according to Allah, but we're going to go with some human being who says it's actually haram, you are worshiping that person. Guys, this is exactly what this is saying, isn't it? Isn't this exactly what Muhammad is saying? If Allah says something is halal, and some human being says, actually, I say it's haram, and you say, oh, he says it's haram, and you go with the guy who says it's haram, you are worshiping that guy. Or if Allah says something is haram, and you go ahead and say, no, actually it's halal, you listen to someone who says it's halal, you are worshiping the person you listen to. Got that? That's what the source says, right? Clear, pretty darn clear. All right, so why is this an issue? Well, look, in that original video clip from Mohammed Hijab, his entire case is, if you go with what Allah says in his eternal perfect speech, having sex with a 5-year-old is halal. He says it. He says it multiple times. It's halal, it's halal, it's halal. according to the Quran. But we know from somewhere else, from, well, where? Where, Muhammad Hijab? Where do we know it from? If you go to the Hadith, then you find out that you can't have sex with a 5-year-old. Where? Where in the Hadith do you find out that you can't have sex with a 5-year-old? Oh, well, there's this teaching of Muhammad that says, don't reciprocate harm. Don't harm or reciprocate harm. Okay, but you can't just apply that as a general principle, because that would contradict a lot of what Allah says in the Quran and a lot of what Muhammad said in the Hadith. So how in the name of common sense are you applying them? Well, you have to go to the schools of Islamic jurisprudence, and they applied it as a principle for when you can have sex with a girl. So they applied this harm principle. Okay, well, as Mary has pointed out, that's not how they applied it. They applied this harm principle in terms of not breaking the girl, not breaking her, not causing permanent medical problems for her by destroying her when she's too small to handle a full-grown man's penis. So that's how they applied it. And then Muhammad Hijab is making it sound as if, you just can't do anything. You can't do anything harmful. It would be harmful. It might be harmful for a young girl. He's not even thinking in terms of what they're actually using. So notice, I want to point out, once you now have his Twitter explanations, look at what he's saying. Allah says in the Quran, it's halal. But we know we have to go outside there. And what we're going to do is we're going to go to the Hadith and find out what human beings have said about this. We're going to let them overrule Allah. And it's based on this, based on something Muhammad said. So we're taking Muhammad as a Lord in addition to Allah. So we're associating Muhammad as a partner because now he says harm. Okay. And then we're going to apply that. How are we going to apply that? You shouldn't apply that in a way that's going to contradict. But we're going to go to our schools of Islamic jurisprudence and let them declare it haram, even though Allah says it's halal. We're going to let the schools of Islamic jurisprudence declare that this is haram. So now you're taking all of the schools of Islamic jurisprudence as lords. You're worshiping them according to Muhammad. According to Allah in the Quran and Muhammad's interpretation of that, Muhammad Hijab is saying that he now worships Muhammad and the leaders of the schools of the scholars of the various schools of Islamic jurisprudence. You're worshiping them. But Muhammad Hijab goes beyond anything they say. They don't apply the harm principle the same way he does. And yet he's expecting people to read his tweet and say, okay, so yeah, having sex with a little girl would be harmful in a way that we understand based on medical experts, doctors. You're going to doctors to let them define it. So notice, according to Muhammad Hijab, in order to get away from what Allah has explained is halal, in order to make the halal haram, you got to go to Muhammad in the Hadith. You have to go to all the Hadith collectors, because where else are you getting this from? You have to take his harm principle, and then you take the harm principle, let the schools of Islamic jurisprudence filter that for you. Then you have to go with Muhammad Hijab's interpretation of psychologically and physically ready as determined by the best specialists of the day. And therefore, the best specialists of the day are now involved in declaring that this is haram. Muhammad Hijab is saying worship thousands and thousands and thousands of people as your lords. And in addition to Muhammad Hijab himself, because you're supposed to go, Muhammad Hijab said, Allah says it's halal, but we're going with what Muhammad Hijab and his understanding of what other human beings have said.
So what's your problem with worshiping lots of people?
Yeah, so this is the point. The version of Islam that is being promoted by people like Muhammad Hijab is the biggest bunch of shirk. Not according to me, according to Muhammad, this is the biggest bunch of shirk the world has ever seen. Muhammad Hijab is a mushrik. Not according to me, according to Muhammad. He's a mushrik.
So
yeah,
if you like it.
And an apostate according to Islamic law, because if he is choosing to interpret it the way he's wanting everyone to pretend that he is, and he's leading everyone to interpret it, that it's really about the appropriate age and all of this stuff, harm in any sort of sense other than rupturing the parts. That's what he's trying to get everyone to believe. That's not about rupturing the parts. It's some other kind of vague harm.
Yep.
If that is what he means, then he is an apostate, because an apostate is a person who goes against the ijma of the Sunni schools of jurisprudence according to Sunnism.
So
And
what's your
so he's
problem with
going against it.
apostate?
So he is committing massive amounts of bid'ah, innovation. He's committing all kinds of innovation. And Mary, you're pointing out that he has actually crossed the line into apostasy. Not according to you or AP or me, right?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
All right.
So what's your problem with apostasy? I thought you like apostates.
Weird question, David.
Oh, I love apostasy. I would like him to love apostasy too.
Yeah.
Like, I want him to embrace his apostasy or form his new fiqh of Mohammed Hijab.
He's not ready yet. Soon.
Yeah. Some questions here. Abu, let's see. David Wood, do you like amusement parks? Favorite ride? I did when I was young, not anymore. Now I would watch
still love it.
Now I would watch like a show at an amusement park, but yeah, I'm not interested in roller coasters and stuff anymore.
I'm on all the roller
I
coasters.
was when I was young. Things change when you get older. All right, here's a question. Destiny, AP, you were on there a while back. Destiny said on his stream a couple of days ago that Mojab seems trashy and the kind of guy who can't have a good conversation. He then asked his mod to permaban anyone who links anything about Mojab.
That's exactly what I would expect from Destiny.
But notice that's funny. It's like, oh, what we want to have this conversation. Like what? With all these guys who are like coming up with different ways of defending sex with little kids. It's so, like that's what's insane to me. It's like we all put up with this. Hey, we want sex with kids. Okay, let's discuss it. And so like
I was on Destiny's stream just a few days ago. He's going very, very deep dive into the whole Israel-Palestine thing right now, and realizing that there is a lot of Islamist garbage that is being pumped through the whole, pro-Palestine perspective and being accepted left and right by people around the world. And he wanted me to go on there and talk to him a little bit about the whole Islamic aspect of it. He's doing well there.
Looks like lots of people are catching on. Like, wait a minute, got all these people calling to just wipe out your. Wait, what? That comes from Muhammad. Muhammad said that. What's going on here? People are kind of waking up, and you see the impact that it's having. You just saw the elections in the Netherlands. How things shifted very, very quickly. And I don't know. To me, it looks like it's because of the recent protests and so on. Then, of course, you have in Ireland. I still don't. I haven't seen any actual evidence apart from some people saying that it was an Algerian immigrant and so on. So I'm not gonna jump on something until I see that it actually was. But I mean, look at how they reacted very differently. Because I mean, guys, we've been dealing with terrorist attacks for years now. What happens is people at first say, "Oh, we condemn this attack," and then they spend the next 2 years saying it has nothing to do with Islam and defending Islam. And now you had just the thought that this came from an Algerian Muslim immigrant was enough to like start off some riots. And that is a very different reaction than we've seen in the past. So looks like some people are getting fed up here. Looks like some people are getting fed up.
Terrorism based.
Yeah, it's funny that a guy like Mohammed Hijab, who talked about golden showers, is complaining about being misrepresented. Well, he wasn't misrepresenting himself when he talked about golden showers. It's apparently just the kind of weird stuff he's into. Anyway. I mean, he just knew that Rabbi Shmuley's daughter had this sex shop. How did he know that? How does he know that stuff? Oh, Rabbi Shmuley's daughter. Oh, I know her store. Ha ha! Right? Come on.
He specifically wanted to go there and have a debate with Rabbi Shmuley. That's like he wanted that so much. He prepared for it so much, and that is the number one thing he focused on. So he was like, "Oh, sex shop, sex stuff. I want to go there. I want to go there and talk about this. This is my thing."
Leather Straps here says, "God bless y'all. Literally watch you guys every day. AP will eventually have his leather straps open to Christianity." Hey, check this out.
Those are weird.
Yeah, we're developing our communities, developing our own private language. Like, and it's just weird because we keep getting more and more things that become part of our like community's way of speaking. Someone's going to come in here new and be like, "What the heck? What is these guys always talking about? What is this?" We're going to have a translation guide where everything is explained. Mr. L here says, can you link the "She Was 9" in the chat? I guess that's that video. We do need that regularly. We should be playing that clip every time it comes up. That guy, "She was 9." Hey, that was bad. It was brilliant. It was perfect. Wait, we about to do mushrooms in a week in a cabin in nature, and I bet this vid will make the guys die laughing. These guys are going to go have some mushrooms in a cabin, and they want to watch the "She Was 9" video. That sounds like something that would be absolutely hilarious if you're...
That's what you want to think of when you're... Okay.
Question: if every white person makes a live-action movie about Muhammad, will Muslims try to behead every white person? Now, generally, they only get violent if it's specific people. Once everyone starts doing it, they learn their lesson. That's why there comes a point. Notice we've talked about this before. When you have like the Charlie Hebdo massacre, if it's a person or a specific location, a specific group, and they know they can do something about that, they will. When thousands and thousands of people around the world do it, you don't get much of a response. And so you wonder when people are going to catch on to the fact that, hey, if these guys are still killing people over criticizing Muhammad or something with the Quran or something like that, hey, if a bunch of people do it, they're going to stop. They're going to stop. And so.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, Mary, we're just going through super chats and stuff, so you can stay, or if you got something you need to do, you can take off.
That's rude.
No, I can stay because
okay, yeah. I just didn't know if you had anything to do.
Not. My oldest child is not here because he is with his fiance.
How old is that fiance? No.
23.
Just kidding.
Not 9.
23.
Practically elderly, right?
Yeah, he's marrying a grandmother, according to Daniel Hakikachu. I think Mojab likes anything that negates the need for actual consent because women recoil when they see him shirtless. That's why you have to remove consent. Yeah. Thoughts on people saying the IDF did the October 7th? I would say it's moronic since we have videos. We have GoPros. Oh, those are all IDFs. Well, if you're willing to engage, if people are willing to engage in that level of conspiracy, then evidence is out of the picture, right? Because I mean, if you can literally have videos being shared by Hamas and you say that's actually the IDF, then you can say anything. You can say anything's the IDF, right?
You not only have Hamas members, the terrorists, you have Gazans come in, you have that on video, you have Hamas leaders.
And then driving through Gaza with the body in the back, and then what? Yeah. And then the IDF took hostages, and then they're negotiating with themselves to release the hostages as all, I mean, yeah. Yeah, you can believe that, but at that point, you could just believe anything. You could just believe, I mean, you could believe that Putin is actually the IDF and he's waging war on Ukraine and so on.
This is like believing not only that the earth is flat, but also that the moon is also flat on top of it. So, yeah,
it is.
That's how insane this is.
Explicit evil of hadiths disgust any sane person. Yeah, Quran too. Although, yeah, if you take out the hadith, you can come up with some better interpretations regarding Ahmed and Atmik in Isaiah 42 and Bach in Psalm 84. In the context, I know the context doesn't fit the Muslim claim, but doesn't it seem too coincidental?
Yes.
For these Islam-sounding words to be in these specific verses? No. You're dealing with related languages, and they have some similar sounding words. Let's see. Chloe, show stream. Aisha was 9-year-old guy, and I'll give you $50. I don't have that handy. So we'll take a rain check on that. We'll definitely show that later. Because yeah, I don't know why I'm getting. Has that been circulating more? Because all of a sudden we just got a ton of requests for that particular clip.
It might just be because we're talking about the topic.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, so we brought up the topic. Darn, how
Yeah.
did I not have that, man? I had Ali Dawa and Mohammed Hijab. That needs to be on the standard, yeah, absolutely. That has to be part of the ongoing chain whenever we bring these things up, because look, Mohammed Hijab says it. Oh, our hero. Ali Dawa says it. Yay, our hero. Daniel Hakikachu says, yay, our hero. 14 centuries of Muslim scholars say it. Yay, our heroes. One guy says it. Ah, we have to beat him to death. Like, what? For what?
Incredible.
Let's see. Hey, AP and David, have you two noticed any metaphysical and or meta-ethical differences between Christianity and Islam? Would theodicies be different? Theodicies could be. So theodicies are attempts to explain why God allows evil in general, or specific kinds of suffering and so on. You would have some similarities, because you still you believe in a creator and things like that, who has reasons for doing things. I would say the main difference is Allah just doesn't love people nearly as much as what you find in the Bible. His justice is, his attributes aren't just, they're not considered infinite. They're like, so he's more just, he's most just, he's compared to others, but his attributes aren't infinite, and therefore looks like you just wouldn't expect nearly as much from that kind of God.
I can actually briefly.
What's that?
I have the clip lined up where he starts screaming she was 9. If you watch it,
It won't play.
Oh, it won't play.
The Ecamm I just have to set it up for taking other sources of audio or on my computer or something like that, and I've never clicked on that.
Oh wait, I can set it through guest chat, and then you can bring it up. Look at that. Here you go.
No, I'm saying it won't. I have to, the way, since I've never set that up. I actually import movie clips.
Oh, got it. Never mind then. Never mind.
Islam actually only has, so when it comes to the theodicies, Islam, the Islamic view on why Allah created everyone and why we are going through this life, and why He will punish you when you die, is very interesting, but very, very distinct, very specific. You can find some of it in the Quran, some of it in the Hadith, some of it later on explained throughout Islamic history and theology. You can actually find certain Aqidah books on that, which dive deeper into it. But it's basically something as weird as Allah creates all the beings. He creates humans in this pre-existing state, and Allah gives the duty of worshiping Him to humans, and humans acknowledge Him in this pre-existing state and say, He asks them, "Am I not your Lord?" And they say, "Yes, you are." And then I don't exactly remember if you, Mary, if you can, if you probably know about this as well.
Yep.
But there is a burden of believing and worshiping put onto the mountains, and they can't take it, but humans have such hubris that they think they actually can. So Allah decides that humans are supposed to go through a test of living, and in this life then believing in Allah and worshiping Him, and humans are like, well, of course we will do that, it's easy, we already know, we already do worship you, we already do acknowledge you as Allah. And then Allah says, no, I will make this test, and you will see that this is actually very, very complicated, and then you will see that I was right. So then He makes this test, and many of the people fail, and then He puts them in hell, and the rest of them He then puts in heaven. It's actually it's a very strange little game, but that's basically
but it's a lot weirder than that, though, because
Yeah.
Allah has created certain numbers of people for the hellfire. That's the only reason He's created them. But in the Quran, it also says that the only reason that He creates the jinn and the humans is to worship Him.
Yes.
And then He also says that if mankind didn't sin, He would destroy them and create men who did, because Allah needs the sin. Why does
Yes.
Allah need the sin? Because his mercy has to overcome his wrath. It is written for Allah above his own throne or upon his throne, depending on which hadith you go with, that his mercy overcomes his wrath. So Allah's wrath is imperfect and is overcome, and his mercy is stronger than it. And it must show the power of his mercy over wrath or justice, that his mercy is what overcomes for the ones that he chooses, and then all the rest just get thrown in hellfire. And also, Allah is pure will above all. And so I have said to Muslims that your religion is this game that you play in this life, where nothing is actually inherently wrong or right. It is only halal or haram, and because it's haram, then it's bad. But most of the things that are haram become rewards in the next life. So it is a game, and at the end of the game, you get rewarded with all the things that you have denied yourself. So there's nothing inherently evil about practically anything, because it gets given to you at the end. And so if you play Allah's game and then give Allah what he needs to have in order for him to have the mercy that he needs to have, because he is dependent upon creation for his mercy, then you get rewarded.
Yep.
So it is this absolutely, and the rules make no sense. For example, if you sin and you're not caught and it's a secret, if you confess your sin, there's a secret sin, then that sin will not be forgiven. If you tell on sins of other people and you're not the immediate harmed party, you will not be forgiven for that sin. So it's all about the game. It's not
Yeah.
about good. It's not about bad. So it's about the decree and the will of Allah, not about any kind of good or evil. Whereas Christians believe that all of the things that God commands us to do comes from the very being of God himself, who is love and light. And because of that, a deprivation of God is what evil is. But Allah actually creates evil. Allah has created the evil and put it into your soul.
Yeah.
And so it is this phenomenally different view of this God in whom nothing is good or bad or whatever. It's just whatever Allah says, do it. And whatever he doesn't say, don't do it, and you're good. So no matter how depraved and horrible it is, if Allah has given it for you to do, it is not bad. What evil is the things that Allah has put in your soul that makes you want to go against whatever he happens to say.
It's also David and I we talked about this a long time ago. I think I published a video on that where we were discussing the differences between Christianity and Islam. I'm not even sure if I actually published that, but we went through this whole thing. We had this discussion when we met up on how Islamic morality is very different from Christian morality, on what it is grounded upon. Whereas in Christianity, you basically you learn to be good. So you learn to be good, and being good actually means something. Being a Christian means being good. In Islam, everything is simply about reward and punishment. You do good things because you want to be rewarded by Allah for doing those good things. You avoid doing bad things not because they are evil, but because you want to avoid the punishment that Allah will give if you do that evil thing. So it's basically, it's a very twisted. It's like training humans as if they were animals, as if they were dumber animals. That is basically the morality of Islam. You simply do things because in the end you get a good treat, and that treat is like getting those
An eternity
juicy
of
wives in the afterlife.
deflowering
And
virgins.
yes, and you
eternity of
avoid
Boys that don't bleed. Boys that don't
yeah,
bleed. Can't forget the boys that don't bleed.
and you avoid the bad things, whatever Allah says is bad under whichever circumstances, because you just don't want to be punished. You don't want to be burned by him. So it's all just about that. There is no actual being good and being evil.
Yeah, and our goal is to be conformed to the likeness of Christ. So we're supposed to be morally perfected during our journey across earth toward, we're heading toward that goal, toward a final perfection at the end, which is a moral perfection in the unity with God. Whereas Allah will, like, maybe according to some hadith, you'll never see him, and according to others, he'll lift up his veil so you get to gaze on his pretty face, and then he'll go away again. And it's completely and utterly different. There could not be more different.
Yep. Take some of these rapid fire here. Look, this super chat is from earlier, but he noticed the point that we were making. Specialists. So Mohammed Hijab saying, "Oh, and we will go to specialists to determine when we can bang these little girls." Allah's word is less than humans. That's exactly the point. That's exactly the point we later brought out well after this. So, yeah, and then we brought out that according to Muhammad himself, when you say, "Oh yes, I'm going with this human," you've worshipped that person. So yeah, it's not just that Allah's word is worth less than the word of humans, it's that you're actually worshiping the humans. According to Islam QA, fondling is allowed when an infant is older than 1 day. This is sick. It's definitely sick. But notice Muhammad talks about fondling the virgins, apparently something that you do before you actually penetrate them. And so in other words, you play around with your little girls for a while until you figure out if they're actually ready to be penetrated without permanently wrecking them.
Why do you have a problem with that whole idea of damaging them and then them becoming useless? Let me ask you a question, David. If you have a car, don't you want to make sure that the car doesn't get damaged, so it doesn't become damaged goods? Yes.
Daniel Hakikachu, ladies and gentlemen. This is how Daniel would respond to something like this. No, you don't have to worry because you have your wife. It's like having a car. If you had a car, you wouldn't want to damage the car, would you? You wouldn't want to pointlessly damage it. Therefore, you wouldn't want to pointlessly damage your little girl, and therefore the girl is totally safe. Little
3-year-old.
Yeah.
That will never stop being funny. Secure the females.
Yeah.
Secure.
Did you say earlier this is more common in Shia countries?
No,
hang on, Miss Ninja. Why would that be theologically or historically speaking?
So it was not more common in Shia countries that prepubescent marriage and intercourse would take place. What is more common in Shia countries is that it is more often in Sunni countries that they wait to conduct a marriage until a girl has been mutilated, genital mutilation takes place, and that usually happens age 5 or 6. So that kind of puts a lower limit on the typical age, whereas in Shia, they'd hand over their daughters, and I guess they would mutilate them later. Right now in Afghanistan, there are toddlers being handed over to men. There are women and their parents selling their toddler children. And there are documentaries on this. And there are families going, we don't want to sell our toddler, but it's the only way we can eat. This is the oldest daughter that we have. We can't feed her. And we're hoping that this Taliban guy will at least be able to feed her so she won't die. And that is, and what you don't, if there is food for these children and the Taliban were what they pretended to be, of course, they could feed the families and make sure people didn't starve to death. But that's not what they want the girls. And so they are buying these tiny, tiny little girls. And I guess giving it to a slightly older wife saying, hey, make sure to change the diaper of the smaller wife or something. I mean, it is so messed up.
It's pretty bad, and therefore we can agree with Jeff here. It says tough to listen to. Stay away from Islam. Good idea. There we have also imagine learning medicine 4 years. Learn medicine more than that. 4 years just to end up continuously fixing girls because their husbands immediately rape them afterwards. What is wrong with Islam? Yeah, I mean, hats off to the doctors who do this because, I mean, it's doctors who are going over there trying to help these girls. See, what's happening is you'll have a guy and he marries a girl at 9 or 10. Really biologically, I mean, he messes her up because he can't wait, and he can't wait until she's actually ready. And then doctors go in and fix the girl to try and help her because notice once her husband is just, is not, is kind of discarding her as unclean. This girl's life, she has nothing to look forward to in life. Her life is basically over, and she's considered this unclean, messed up, broken, damaged goods girl. And then doctors go in there and fix her, and then the guy immediately ruins it again and gives her the same problem. And it's like, oh, but this is why we need Islam, because it leads to this.
Hey doctor, I got this little thing and it's broken. Can you fix it, please?
Yeah, and if she makes it to puberty, it is far, far more common for women to have 4th-degree tears giving birth if they're underdeveloped, because the baby is large for her body, so it completely tears through her body too. This is something that is very rare with adult women, unless you have like really bad untreated gestational diabetes and your baby's absolutely enormous. That it's incredibly rare, but is quite common in these low. So even saying, oh, well, let's wait till she exactly hits puberty, now we're going to have sex with her. Well, now she runs the risk of pregnancy. And if she has had these various types of female genital mutilation, that causes scar tissue to build up around the vagina and the opening and stuff, which does not flex as much as regular tissue. And so she's far, far more likely to tear as well, because there's scar tissue where there ought to be regular, healthy tissue. And so all of these things, the young marriage, the genital mutilation, having sex with her before she's pubescent, getting her pregnant whenever she's too small, all of these things cause just incredible amounts of suffering, which is why Mohammed, when Abu Bakr and Umar both asked to marry Fatima, when Fatima, remember, she's 9 years older than Aisha, so she was 15 at this point, minimum, 15 to 19, he said, no, she is too young. She's 15, but he had intercourse with Aisha at 9.
He's special.
Yeah. Pretty creepy stuff. And notice in all these, so it's been a problem for 14 centuries. It's still a problem in Muslim countries where this is happening. And notice, isn't it odd that Muhammad Hijab is here in the West saying, hey, this is the ideal system. This is how, this is what Islam teaches. And in Islam, you go to specialists to determine when a girl won't be harmed. And it just doesn't work like that in the Muslim world. It's like he's making up what actually happens.
Yeah, what actually happened is that a girl was killed by her husband because she was too young in Yemen. And they were going to pass a law requiring that girls be a certain age, something really young, like 12 or something like that. And they had riots there because the law was anti-Islamic. And so the law was repealed. So you have people rioting against passing a law that would forbid very, very young intercourse that had killed a girl recently. And that is the reality of Islam. And according to him, that's what they want the final goal to be, is for the whole world to be under Islamic law and for this to be the norm there, where these things happen to girls all the time.
And that's why we need Islam, to give us this Islamic paradise that we all look forward to. Keep exposing the atrocities. Will do. And by the way, Mary, what you just pointed out, that's this thing that happens over and over again, where politicians say, hey, we need to modernize and make this rule. And the religious leaders say, no. And who controls the population? Who tells the Muslims what to do in their mosques? It's the religious leaders. And then so they can, of course, get their way. Hey, here's one for you, AP. Did you know that if you rearrange the letters in Alhamdulillah, you get minority sects?
Yes, I knew.
Mary, you've put up reasoned answers repeatedly, but John here is asking, what is Mary's YouTube channel? Love you all.
So I'm always on reasoned answers with Thaddeus because I'm way too lazy to edit my own videos. I wasn't putting up anything because I won't edit them, so I make him schedule everything and do all the hard work. And I just sit here and talk.
Mm-hmm. So yeah, and I know. I think Black Angel's been posting link and so on, so that's cool. And again, I'll have it in the description box. Justin makes a very important point here. AP ignored my last super chat equals atheist. D Wood carefully listens to people equals Christian. Draw your own conclusions. That is point. Notice he didn't even say what the conclusion is. He just allowed people to draw their own conclusions. Stop attacking AP, guys. It is not in the Bible to rustle your neighbor. We're rustling. We're rustling
Yeah.
AP. Kool-Aid here. What nation do you think wouldn't tolerate a terrorist attack where they don't go after man or group, but after Islam wholesale that it has to go? So what nation do you think wouldn't tolerate a terrorist attack where they don't go after a man or group, but after Islam wholesale that it has to go? Okay, so when would you have, what nation would you have where people would not put up with a terrorist attack without just going after Islam in general? I'm thinking like Poland, something like that. Any thoughts on this, AP?
I still don't get the question exactly.
He's asking what all these nations, if there's a terrorist attack, they go after the terrorist or the group, but they don't go after Islam. Instead, they protect.
Oh,
Instead, people protect
okay.
and promote Islam. And so, is there a nation where, if there was a terrorist attack, they wouldn't just say, "Oh, well, that's just this guy." They would actually go after Islam.
Yeah, unfortunately, in Western nations, you can forget about that. Right now,
I think we might get there. We might get there.
Yeah, but yeah, no, Poland was a right guess. Poland has been doing that actually. They have been preventing those terrorist attacks, and their government, which was in charge for quite a while, did explicitly and directly again and again say that they specifically don't want any Islamic presence, which is why they will not accept these refugee programs, because they don't want all of the problems like the West has, including terrorism all over their streets. There is a speech that guy, that one of the ministers gave, where he was like, "We don't want Muslims here. We just don't want them here. Some of them can come if they want to come here and actually live here, but we don't want to accept Muslim refugees because we don't want to end up like this." So they were speaking very openly about this. Yeah, usually Eastern Europe, where you can find stuff like that.
Yeah, and notice it's kind of the people who had to deal with it a lot over the centuries, because they were attacked for centuries, and it's still like a bit in their minds. Hey, AP and D Wood, have you watched videos of Ahmed ex-Muslim? What is your opinion about his debate style? Have any thoughts on that?
Ex-Muslim? No,
Yeah,
never heard of it.
yeah, I don't know if I've seen it. I'm not good with names. If I actually clicked on a video, I might know who you're talking about.
I haven't watched that much of him talking with folks, but I have watched him bring up information that's in Arabic that you don't often get people talking about in English. So there's some fun and interesting things that he has been bringing up.
Oh, he does. He makes streams in Arabic and videos in Arabic.
No, it's mostly in English, but he's reading from the Arabic and translating it as he goes.
This is weird. I never heard of this channel. I'm looking through it right now. 51,000 subscribers. I never heard of it.
Yeah, there's some really hilarious ones. Like he was going to, gosh, what was his name? The dude who wrote the history of Mecca, the earliest history of Mecca, and talking about what they found there, and was asking questions about, oh, why did you find that inside? Why don't you find what you would expect to find according to these other sources? You know, what was inside the Kaaba and so on. He's got some really fun stuff.
Nice. Might be worth looking into.
Where is Fleece Johnson when you need him? What is that for? Fleece Johnson is called the booty warrior who kept getting locked up because he liked banging dudes in prison. They had him on Scared. They had him on Scared Straight. Smashing show today, guys. Extremely informative. Yeah, guys. There's basically there's lots of stuff. The da'is, they'll lie about and deny about things until it becomes common knowledge and they can't deny it anymore. And then they'll admit just enough to pretend like they're being honest with their sources. And then they'll misrepresent a bunch of other things. And that's why it's like waves of deception. And you have to deal with every single wave. But notice that all the information Mary's pointed out, that Mohammed Hijab's response makes absolutely no sense. What he's saying in his defense of child marriage in Islam makes absolutely no sense according to the very schools of Islamic jurisprudence that he's promoting as the solution.
You're just being Islamophobic.
No, you're a bigot. Apologetics Roadshow. I'm like an hour and 39 minutes behind, but get AP to say Allah all drawn out like he did in his video, The Prophet Tales Imitating Muhammad.
I can't do that on demand, unfortunately.
He's got to warm up to it. Snite here, super chat, no comments. Thank you, Snite. I like to picture Allah to be the image of Satan in the Satanic Bible, just looming over the Muslim world with his controlling gaze. You have a Satanic Bible?
Why do you have that?
Yeah, what are you doing with that?
I don't have that.
Sir White Meat with a thumbs up. Giovanni here. I didn't. Sir White Meat. That's still funny. So White Meat. It was some White Meat. You're cool. I didn't know ninjas were so knowledgeable in Islam.
Seriously, Mary. I told this to you when we met last time, but very, very much knowledge. I get you have a skill. You have a certain thing for keeping so much knowledge in your mind. It's very surprising to me sometimes to see all the stuff that you know. So Mary's addition to this show has been very, very, very great, and I think we should do more shows together because
Mary, send us a list of all the stuff you've got, all the you've been through the sources on, because like when I was in my teens and even through my 20s, people would say, "Hey, David, you have a brain like a computer." You remember? I am not like that anymore. If I am not repeatedly using it, in other words, if I read a source and I don't use it like 2 months later and then 6 months later and then a year later and so on, so that it's refreshed, I'll forget it. And matter of fact, I can make a video on something. And 2 years later, not recall much of anything from that video. And so, yes, it is good to have people with computer-like brains that keep all this information there. And so guys, Mary.
Yeah.
What is this?
There's so much crazy stuff that people don't. It's all the pieces. Everything's a puzzle. And so like the first 3 or 4 times you read it, you have all these pieces and they're just this mess. And then you start realizing, oh, here, I've got a corner piece. Oh, I've got an edge piece here. Oh, I've got a piece here. Oh, it fills it here. Here's a picture. And that's kind of what it is. And you fill in the picture gradually. And like what they tell you the picture is going to be is so much different than what the picture actually is once you get the pieces together. It's crazy. They mix it up on purpose.
Yeah.
Nice. What is
Yes.
No, what is this? Please take a moment on the 30th of November to remember Lee Rigby, who was brutally beheaded and filmed by Muslims on the streets of London 10 years ago. That wasn't November. What is that?
I remember the face of that guy. There's this one photo.
Yeah, so Lee Rigby's a guy, those 2 jihadis killed and almost beheaded, and then sat there and started giving interviews as people were recording them, explaining why they slaughtered them in the name of Allah. And they said, oh, look, Surat at-Tawbah, and so on. And then, of course, everyone spends the next 10 years saying it has nothing to do with Islam. But yeah, that was 22nd of May, 2013. So it's 10 years ago, but it was 10 years ago in May. I'm trying to figure out what the November is. I don't see anything about November here, so I don't know what that's about. Let's see. I'm suing you for defamation, David. Oh, deformation. I forgot deformation.
As Mohammed Hijab calls it.
Mohammed Hijab was saying that he's been deformed by, who was it by?
By Rabbi Shmuley.
Oh, yeah. Rabbi Shmuley deformed him, and he's going to sue him for deformation.
He's putting
and then he took it down.
He's putting a lawsuit together with his lawyer for deformation of character.
It was funny because he got trolled by Cameron, and Cameron doesn't. But this is what I talk about with them making their own enemies. Like Ali Dawa gave the dumbest version of the argument from contingency ever, because you don't know he just uses the words, but he doesn't understand the arguments and so on. But his followers are so dumb that they just, he used a bunch of big words. He must really know what he's talking about, man. And and Cameron actually posts something and says, "Hey, here's how you can formulate this better." And Ali Dawah was like, "No, you can't educate me. I'm you Trinitarian, blah blah blah." And it's like, okay, won't try to help you anymore. And then what happens later on? Cameron actually like trolls him. He's like, "Oh, better watch out for that deformation." Pretty funny stuff.
Man.
Child of God here says, "Is that L? No, that's not L. No, that's not L there. But you can't tell because of what she's wearing. Is
They all
that
look
L?
the
But
same.
you should be able to tell by the voices because the voices are completely different. Is that L? She's amazing. Thanks for your videos. They helped me embrace Catholicism after a lifetime of skepticism. Grateful for you all revealing the truth of Islam and the beauty of Christ."
I will pass that on to her.
Oh yeah, because that's for L.
Yep.
Not for you, Mary.
Nope.
Islamophobia has no moral existence. It is a social. Here you go. Islamophobia has no moral existence. It is a social construct created by anti-Western Marxists to demonize and guilt non-Muslims into non-Muslim self-defense mechanisms. Yeah.
Yeah, basically.
Yep, that sounds about right. Daniel Apologetics. Everyone follow Daniel Apologetics. Has an apologetics channel. Says, huh? Look, AP nodding. Yes, yes. Follow the Christian apologists.
Yes,
I know it. We
follow.
need them. We need them. Atheists can't do this on our own.
Follow the Christians.
Just as Mohammed Hijab says that the Quran isn't enough, you need to go to Hadith. So we atheists recognize we're not enough. We need to go outside and to the Christians.
You know, we recently talked about Ayan Hirsi Ali's statement that she's now, as she called it, what did she say? She's part of the
Judeo-Christian religion.
Religion, is that what
Yeah.
she said? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I'm now seeing the point, like after the whole October 7 and the follow-up and how the world is reacting to Islamic terrorists. Basically, after decades of Islamic terrorism, people are once again reacting to it as if there was no fault in Islam, and they fall for the Islamic propaganda. And there, and in the West, there is just so much weakness against that, and I kind of see her point right now. So I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, we've pointed out before, hey guys, we are all on the receiving end of what Islam wants. So Christians, Jews, atheists, agnostics, Hindus, Buddhists, we should all be on the same side of this. With that said, yes, AP, you and Ayan Hirsi Ali are correct. You all need Christians.
Maybe I should now be also pragmatically part of the Judeo-Christian religion, as she said. So,
Yeah, you can make a video. I'm now a Christian, and then clarify in the video. I mean, like pragmatically, and then everyone can you see.
So if the only way that you can make coherent sense of the world and react to things in a logical manner is because of, if you have a Christian viewpoint, wouldn't that point toward it being true? If
I would
that's
say
why
it would
it makes
contribute
sense.
to it. It would probably contribute to it. Yeah.
It's a consideration. It wouldn't be like proof, right? Because you could have something that really, really works and so on.
Yeah.
Which and you could have something that works better than others. But yeah, I would say it's kind of I would say that something really working and doing a better job than other things is definitely a check in its favor. But there would be significantly more than that before saying, yes, this is true. It's interesting because Ayan seems influenced by Jordan Peterson now, and it's just interesting. Like if you were to say, is the Bible true? I think the Jordan Peterson answer would be like yes. But not true in the way like a Baptist.
No. What he would say is, what do you mean true?
Yeah.
What do you mean Bible? And what do you mean by is? So that's what he would basically say.
But I think his perspective is like it's true in the sense of being a record of man's interaction with the transcendent, and trying to relate to the transcendent and so on, but not in the way like a ordinary Christian would mean it. But anyway, I think this is all interesting. I think we got interesting times ahead as far as these kinds of discussions. But so Daniel says, so the key to catch Dizzle and AP live here in Europe is to open my leather straps and be on an early morning plane. The hawk and the heckle. Oh yeah. Hey, we
The
should
leather
eventually.
straps everywhere.
It's fun. You're watching this on a plane. That must be some good internet you've got there. So the hawk and the
Ask
hikmah.
three Sunnis whether or not the hikmah is one of Allah's attributes, eternal attributes, and then just sit back and have fun. Because that's like the only difference between the Ash'ari and the Maturidi school, is that one thinks that the hikmah is like an eternal attribute, and the other one is like, no, it's not. It's a contingent attribute. And so that's like a little stone.
That would be a good show if I ever invent my character, Imam al-Sofat, or Imam al-Sofat for short.
Nice.
If I ever get that character, we should have a show, like a debate show, with Sheikh Yabudi and Imam al-Sofat. And we could call the show The Hawk and the Hikmah. And one of them is always, I'm the Hawk, I'm the Hikmah, I'm the Hawk, I'm the Hikmah. Something like that.
That sounds like a good idea.
Let's see. Just woke up. My leather straps are tired. Boogeyman in Islam is hearing TikTok. Time to rock under the bed. Dad, David Wood is under my bed. They're scared when this happens. Strap-on pleasure machines are deemed haram by Allah, you secular humanists. Hey, there's lots of
what is halal are boys who don't bleed. Oh my gosh, I just found out.
What?
I have been reading something wrong this entire time.
Uh-oh.
I found out that the description of the houris with their breasts, it means barely budding breasts. It does not mean jutting
Doesn't mean
breasts.
swelling? Because I've seen,
it means like barely
swelling.
It's like swelling like a pubescent Tanner stage 1 or 2.
Oh, so you're saying the
pubescent.
references to your eternal virgins in paradise is not that they're fully developed women with swelling
Right.
breasts. It's actually they're right around 12 or 11. starting to develop age, and that's what you're eternally deflowering.
Yes, I found that out recently because I just, read it as like the swelling, budding, whatever, and I thought that it meant that just it wasn't saggy. No, it means like on the cusp of puberty.
That sounds like a
So
perfect fantasy
infuriating.
from Mohammed, which is like, they look just like little girls, just like
Yes, and I had wondered. I'm like, Mohammed's like little girls are better, so why do we have these big perky boobed houris? Well, we don't. We have little girl houris. They
Interesting.
will have huge, enormous butts that are a mile wide. They're only 90 feet tall, but their butts are a mile wide, and their boobs are just
mile wide.
Their boobs are just beginning to go.
Me and Sir Mix-a-Lot might need to convert to Islam.
And remember, they also have like their skin is so fair that it's almost transparent. You can almost
It is
see their bones
transparent.
through it. So,
Yeah.
yeah, you can see their bones through it. It is transparent. It's like X-ray vision. Yeah.
All right, here we have a Muslim friend that's almost waking up to all this. One of his last arguments he's standing on is that it was an act of God how the Muslims won the Battle of the Trench / Badr. Help, please. Well, there's an obvious problem here. So look, Muslims won 2 battles. Now, one, you can always just put arguments in their form and they're sort of actually state what the argument is. And you say, okay, so if a group wins 2 battles, that means they're from God or something like that, which usually someone would immediately recognize how stupid it is. But you can insert a little bit of knowledge. Between the Battle of Badr and the Battle of the Trench, what do you have? The Battle of Uhud. Muslims lost. So, okay, so they lost a battle right sandwiched in between these 2 battles. So what's that mean?
Why did they win the battle? Ask him that too. They won the battle because Salman the Persian recommended that they not use these barbarian tactics because they were like regular horse barbarians that just ran around. They're camel barbarians, but they ran around in the same style as typical barbarians who would just like, charge, and like whack at people and all run in a mess. And Salman the Persian said, no, you need to stand together in ranks. There are two different surahs in the Quran now that are about the ranks. One is the rank, the other one's the ranks. And it's all about how the prophets led the men standing fast in ranks and ranks, stand in ranks over and over and over again. That's because the Persians said, hey, you can defeat these people using these barbarian tactics if you stand in ranks. It came from a Persian slave, dude. It didn't come from Allah. Allah gave them no battle tactics. It came from a Persian dude. And now it's in the eternal book of Allah. And so now any Muslim who does not stand together in ranks is now not fighting the way Allah describes. The trench also was whose idea? It was Salman the Persian's idea, because he said, hey, this is what we the Persians do, and this is how we defeat people. So he wasn't taking advice from Allah. He was taking advice from a Persian slave dude who knew more about battle tactics than Allah and knew more about battle tactics than the rest of the unsophisticated pagan caravan raiders, basically. And that's all it was.
It might also the Battle of Badr might also come up because it has this it has these references of these mythical explanations that they were outnumbered and angels joined in and angels helped them, and and they witnessed that the angels were actually stepping in and helping them, which is how they defeated their enemies, and the enemies were blinded by Muhammad picking up sand and throwing it, and they were all blinded. And the Quran said about that, it wasn't you, it was Allah who did that, or something like that. So it's like it has these very miraculous narratives which give Muslims the idea, whoa, this was an impossible battle that the Muslims won clearly by a miracle. Otherwise, they could have never won that.
And they also have a false sense of the size of Mecca. So if you look at Majid Robinson's book or his, I think it was maybe his PhD thesis. I'm not sure what he published it for. But anyway, it's a really important peer-reviewed book that takes all of the early genealogies, because the Muslims were like obsessive genealogists, and computes the size of Mecca according to the number of men of Muhammad's generation. And he figures that there are no more than 550 Quraysh people at that time. And so it was a small town. Remember that compared to Mecca, Medina was a city. Mecca's called the mother of settlements, not the mother of cities. It's just, the word just means a settlement. And Medina is a big city compared to little bitty Mecca. Mecca's so small that everybody's pooping out in fields, and Muhammad's like scared of latrines, and they don't even poop in latrines for a long time because it's this tiny town.
That's
so like there are tons of people coming against them. No, there was nobody lived there. It was a small group of people, because not that many people lived there, and they were at variance as to whether or not to even attack them. A number of people refused to march out against Muhammad, so it wasn't even like a full complement of soldiers. A small portion, a certain portion of that 550 people marched against them, and that was it.
So yeah, if you're having a friend saying this is all miraculous, one, you could point out what's being pointed out right now, that the Muslim sources are embellishing. Even if you go with the general Muslim view, I mean, my goodness, you had Alexander the Great fighting some pretty big armies and crushing them. Genghis Khan.
But hold on, Alexander the Great is also in the Quran. He's praised. He's
Napoleon. You had 300 Spartans holding off, depending on your sources, at least tens of thousands. But I mean, I think it's Herodotus who says 1 million. It's probably exaggerated, but tens of thousands held off by 300 guys. The point is, if you're saying any of this is miraculous, you have to make the case that winning this battle or something like that is in fact miraculous. And I seriously doubt your friend's going to be able to make a good point for that. And so you should be asking yourself, why would you take that as some sort of confirmation? And you can ask something. Remember when Mohammed Hijab brought this up with Jordan Peterson? Oh, look how fast Islam spread! It's miraculous. And Jordan Peterson's like, what does he say? AP, you could do it.
What was that? So why didn't it get past?
Why did it stop at Europe or something like that?
Why did it stop at Europe? Well, because it wasn't successful there, because it just just didn't
So
work there.
Hijab says, "Oh, it's miraculous. The miraculous spread is Islam's spread." And Jordan Peterson says, "Oh, well, why did it stop at Europe? Oh, it didn't work there." But notice it's the same idea, right?
Wasn't
You're gonna
simple
say
there.
if you're gonna say Badr is miraculous. Why didn't it work at Uhud? Oh, but it worked in the Battle of the Trench. Okay, why did it
It's
work in all
also-
these other battles?
It's so funny when Jordan Peterson asks, "So why did it stop there?" Mohammed Hijab is like, it's like it was the first time that somebody asked him this question. He never even thought.
Well,
further about this.
his fans aren't going to ask him that. They're just going to, oh, great point. Islam spread pretty rapidly until it was stopped, so it must be true. But isn't that like every empire? It spreads until it's stopped, and I don't know.
Yeah. Well, think about the Mongols. They spread like brutally from the
Look at
from the
communism.
farthest. Yeah, communism.
Communism spread.
is a
Communism.
miracle
I
by
mean,
Allah.
took over like half the world in a couple decades.
It was a miracle by Allah. Yeah. Karl Marx was a prophet of Allah.
See? Prophet Marx is the final prophet. So yeah, check out some of that stuff and help your friend out. Farfour says,
Oh, for
I
sure.
was
Nice.
so sad when I lost my grandfather. Almost as sad when I lost my grandmother when she was 14, yeah?
Yeah.
Chloe here says, history, food, and games, $50 to stream it today. You're still talking about that video? All right, you don't have to give $50, Chloe. I'm just going to play it. Before we close out. I'm going to again, I have to import the video, but I will do it before we close out. In fact, maybe we'll close out with that hilarious video. So, you see, Joshua here says, hilarious IP and McCrae said they call your legs the legs of transfiguration, and is Mojab's glass jaw on YouTube. So two things here. So IP and McCrae said they call your legs the legs of transfiguration. It was actually Jorge and John McCrae. So we put together a little private conference of YouTubers to discuss, to help each other with YouTube stuff. Anyway, we got invited to a mansion from an NFL owner who one of us had officiated his daughter's wedding, and he said, "Hey, if you ever need to use my house for something, you can." So we go to this giant house on an island and stuff to have our conference, and there's a big hot tub there. So we're hanging out in the hot tub, and it's me, Jorge, John McCrae, chatting about stuff. Anyway, then someone turns the lights on in the hot tub because it's nighttime. It's nighttimes after we finish all our sort of lessons for the day, and we're sitting in there, and someone turns on the light in the hot tub, and the lights were right under my legs, and it made my legs glow like super white, looked like my legs were glowing. And Jorge said, "Your legs look like the transfiguration." And then both of those guys just cracked up laughing for like the next half hour.
It was clearly the shin of Allah. They're just confused.
It was, yeah. I mean, matter of fact, I need to go back to that place at some point and get a picture of my legs when they're lit up and glowing. Because yeah, that would be a good point about the shins of Allah. But yeah, so now they still think whenever they get together, they instantly start joking me about having transfiguration legs. And is Mojab's glass jaw on YouTube? I'm guessing it is.
It should be.
Yeah, I saw that. I mean, that was a long time ago. He's in the midst of a big ruckus, and some like 120-year-old guy just taps him on the jaw, and Mohammed Hijab is totally discombobulated. But it's got to be because Mohammed Hijab responded to it because he didn't want to seem like he has a glass jaw. So he's like, so what I did was I got into a defensive position with my arms like this and me all bent over and stuff and being let out. He's saying he got clocked, and so he didn't want to fight, so he gets into a defensive position and is led out when it looks like he could barely walk, if I recall. So, days justice for Aisha. Yeah, we should start calling justice for Aisha, and you get justice for Aisha by exposing the ideology that led to her being completely victimized by the biggest pervert in history. People use Islam for protection in prison, like Tate, and sick pedos like Daniel Hill Kikaju and Mohammed Hijab and Ali Dum Dum. They pretend to be moral using the most immoral religion. Yeah, I mean, you've got Muslims who are some of the very nice, very moral people and so on like that, the leaders, the guys who rise to the surface, they tend to not be someone you would want around your daughters. And that is, that kind of says it all. Let's see. Accept it, AP. God gave you your facilities. I think you mean faculties. Your faculties, logic, and reason. It's why
it says facilities. Facilities.
It's why Hitler was objectively evil. AP, not just misunderstood as AP thinks. Is your dream job to be an Adolf apologist, AP?
Yeah, absolutely.
I don't know if you ever watched Norm Macdonald's discussion. He had a sidekick on his show, Adam Egot or something like that. But Norm always accused him of being a Holocaust denier.
Oh yeah,
which he wasn't, but he would just always accuse him of that just to like enrage people against him. I don't know, it's pretty funny. Okay, so Islam's fundamentals are grossly illegal in Western nations, i.e. pedo, slavery, domestic violence, polygamy, bigotry, and murder. Please tell me again why Islam is permitted in the West.
This is so Islamophobic, man. What is this?
Yeah, it is it is. What's that?
I was saying because we rolled back laws that we actually used to have. We used to have laws that did not permit anyone to immigrate to the United States if they believed in polygamy. So you have to deny polygamy to be allowed in the United States, which was already a law in the books with the Mormons, which is why they were afraid that the U.S. Army was going to come out and kick their butts if they didn't renounce polygamy as they got bigger. So they decided to do that so they didn't get their butts kicked.
Yeah, and what do you do? I mean, the rough part is you would totally be allowed to lie. From an Islamic perspective, you would totally be allowed to lie. If they were asking questions, do you believe this? Do you believe that? Do you believe this? Do you believe that? They would totally be allowed to lie. And the rough part is there are some people who can sincerely say, no, I don't believe in these things. No, I don't want to practice these things, and so on. And it comes back to this issue, which we're talking about with the Dawah guys, that if you believe what you're saying, you're going to behave in this way. This is going to be your outward behavior. But if you don't believe what you're saying, this is going to be your outward behavior. Either way, you're going to behave the same way. And so I don't actually know what you believe. And that's just a problem when you have some sort of system that allows lying in these kinds of ways that I don't know if I should take you seriously or not.
They just assume that if you're a Muslim, then you believe what Islam says. So as long as you're Muslim, then you do believe in polygamy. Therefore, you're not allowed. That was how the reasoning went then. Because if you don't believe in polygamy, then you're not a Muslim. So you would have to completely renounce Islam and say you're not a Muslim and everything else. That was kind of like, well, you can say whatever you like yourself, but if you're subscribing to something that says that that's what you believe, then we don't believe you.
And it is interesting that you had this response from Muslim organizations and so on, and Muslim Dawah guys for decades saying, no, Islam doesn't teach all this stuff. All these guys are liars. All these guys are Islamophobes. And people absorb that idea and think, no. What they believe is fine and awesome. It's the critics who are evil liars and therefore don't trust the critics. And then decades of bringing more and more people who believe these things in. Again, some of them don't, but you bring in millions and millions of these people, and all of a sudden the Dawah guys start getting honest. Of course we believe in these things. Of course we do. And to the point where they can now openly on YouTube say, hey, we're going to talk about, secret second wives and so on. They're openly acknowledging they're polygamous, and it's just not done through the state. They do it at their mosque. They have their second, third, and fourth wives through the mosque, and it has nothing to do with the state. As far as the state is concerned, as far as the UK government is concerned, she is a single mother, that girl's a single mother, and that girl's a single mother, and therefore they're all on state benefits. And you're paying for this guy's wives. You're paying for this guy's wives and kids, and because the marriage is done through the mosque. And we just fall for this. Why? Because people absorb the idea that Islam doesn't teach these things. Muslims don't believe these things. Anyone who says otherwise is a liar. And now the Dawah guys, they talk about this stuff left and right like it's nothing, because they know they know people have been conditioned to not object to it at all. Because if you do, you'd be a racist.
Yep. And then there was a wonderful time whenever people would just read the Quran and the various things that people wrote and go, oh, that's what they believe. And if people said, no, we don't, we'll be like, well, you're lying, because these are your books.
Yeah. Right. And as far as Islam being permitted in the West, because I know there are people who think, oh, you have to go out and start bloodbaths and so on. And what we really mean, we shouldn't allow this. There are people who think, the only way around this is to go out and you got to go slaughter people and slaughter and start a bloodbath. I still believe if politicians and journalists and educators and entertainers stop covering for Islam and stop silencing critics of Islam, I believe you could absolutely decimate Islam very, very quickly. If Muslims think they've got a problem with this avalanche of apostasy now, they think they've got a problem with the avalanche of apostasy. Imagine they didn't have almost every system of influence constantly covering for their prophet. Imagine news programs and politicians constantly exposing Islam, or at least shutting their mouths and letting us do it. I think you can deal with Islam a lot more quickly and a lot more easily than people realize. Oops. Oopsie. Right. That was me bringing in the video to my computer. So I've got the video by popular demand. Love you all. Apologies if you have answered this, but since it is at the core of what you do, what access to YouTube, etc., do people have in Muslim countries to have their eyes opened by your comments? It's going to depend on the country, but I know for years when I was actually following the analytics on YouTube, like number one source of views on a video would be either the United States or India, depending on the topic. But those were the top two countries. United States or India would be the top source of views. Then usually a couple Western countries like Great Britain, something like that. But once you started getting down to like 5th place, 6th place, 7th place, and so on, you start getting to Indonesia and Pakistan and so on before they started banning tons and tons of YouTube stuff. You have lots of Muslim countries where they can watch videos. So some places like Pakistan start banning stuff left and right and can eventually even ban entire channels.
I'm banned already. I only have 2 videos out.
Yep, that's all it takes. So, but yes, the point is there are tons of people in Muslim countries watching the videos that we post on YouTube, and even places where a video might be officially banned. People who want to get around that just get a VPN. And so, yep, it happens. Let's see. The book a monk wrote in one night. Wait, what book a monk wrote in one night?
Yes.
I have no idea.
Hey, David and AP, I just wanted to say thank you both for doing what you do. I've been dealing with anxiety. AP is the expert there in regards to morals. AP.
Yes.
You got to talk to Chris here. I've been dealing with anxiety in regards to morals and my faith, and you guys have helped me a lot. Keep up the good work. Oh, so, yep. Was not asking advice for AP, from AP.
Yeah.
I was just praising AP.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here's more proof. Islam hates women. Bible says Miriam was a prophetess, was Aaron and Moses' sister. But in Islam, Muhammad says women's brains are deficient. No women can be prophets.
To be fair, Islam itself doesn't really say anything, if you could say that. But the issue is, and I brought this up before as well, and many others also did. While the Bible clearly has female prophets, in Islam there is no such thing. There are no female prophets mentioned at all. And there is a big confusion about the whole Mary issue, which I'm sure Mary is very familiar with, which is why she her channel is called Too Many Marys. But But yeah, when you ask Muslims generally, or Muslim authorities, or Muslim teachers, or Muslim scholars throughout history why there are no female prophets, they will give different excuses, different reasons. And one of the most common ones is that being a prophet is a very big burden, and something that is that only a man can handle, and women are generally too weak to handle such a great burden, which is why they don't do that. They have different roles in society. Women are objects, so why would you make an object a prophet? That's very inconvenient. It makes no sense.
Yeah, it depends on which aqidah as to whether or not women can be prophets, but they can never be messengers.
Oh, yeah.
So some of them go, wait, a prophet is just someone that God talks to. Well, God's over here talking to Mary, and we even agree with that. So, like, how are we going to say that? And so some of them go, no, it's okay for them to be prophets, but they can't be messengers. And messengers are the ones who have leadership, because Muhammad said that no community in which a woman is the leader can succeed. Then that would mean that there could be no leader. Messenger for sure, and most of them say prophet and then just kind of like mumble over the contradictions in that.
The power of Islam. All right. Hey, by popular demand here, we have a few more super chats and so on before we cut out, but wanted to get to this by popular demand. Let's check it out. Oops, why is it not working? You see? There we go.
Mate, you wanted to get something in? Yes, please. I would like to say that there is a big problem in Islam. It's written in the hadith.
What?
Why is it so fast? What's happening?
I downloaded a clip. Apparently someone made it fast. Why are you going to complain?
Okay.
Sorry, I linked to one that was already fast. But
no. Yeah, I looked up. Yeah. So someone sped it up. But you still get the gist. Let's see.
Which all good Muslims believe in the hadith, and it is written in the hadith that Prophet Mohammed was 50 or 53 years old when he sexually penetrated Aisha. No.
How is this even? Guys, let me state a fact that all of your greatest da'is affirm. How dare you? How dare you?
It's so funny. As soon as they realize what he's saying, they lose it.
But the camera work is awesome. even though it's a guy who's flipping out over this stuff, they like instantly zoom in on him. Wow, watch this camera work. I mean, this would be like, if you were making a movie about this is like phenomenal camera work. But check it out, right? Here we go.
Or 53 years old when he sexually penetrated Aisha. No. She was 9 years old. She was 9 years old.
And he goes away. She was 9 years old. She was 9 years old. Man! All you need is like 100 of these dudes, and you can change.
That guy's a legend.
This guy's a legend just for this one. If he never does anything else in his entire life, he's going down with legend status just for this.
Legend.
Step away, Hey,
This guy's saying, "No, you're better than him." Like the mob wants to rip him apart, and it's being protected.
Muhammad, better than Muhammad.
Yeah.
You're better than him.
You're better than Muhammad.
Look at this mob running.
You're better than Muhammad.
This guy just goes up in the middle of all these protesters. She was 9. Whole crowd totally discombobulated.
Okay, but you guys are better than this.
Yeah, notice he's saying he's the bad guy for saying this completely factual statement. You guys who are about to beat him to death in the streets for saying a fact from a fact about your prophet, you're better than this. You're better than this mob behavior.
This is a typical, well-intentioned but incredibly stupid, naive attitude that you find so much in Western culture, which is learned and happened over, I don't know, I guess quite recently. And I am saying, like, he probably has good intentions, but this is just so stupid. They would not react the same way You know, if you were in a Muslim country, nobody would defend. Nobody would say, no, don't do this. You are better than this. They would encourage it. They would encourage the lynching. They would encourage the violence. And no, they are not better than him. He is the reasonable one here.
So what is the definition of slander? It's anything that's embarrassing to Muhammad. It doesn't matter whether or not it's true.
That's
So
how Mohammed
anything-
Hijab uses it too.
Yeah, that's how the Islamic fiqh defines it. You go into Sharia, and it's defined as something that causes embarrassment. And that's not just for Muhammad, that's for anyone. And that goes back to the idea that you don't reveal the awful things that people do. So if your neighbor has been raping his 5-year-old daughter, then if you tell people about it, then you have committed slander because you have made public something embarrassing.
We have
Beauty of Islam.
Powerful. Oh, yeah, let's go ahead and finish this little clip. See where he gets called out. Fortunately, we have this wonderful guy who's going to call this man out for his atrocious behavior and pointing out a fact about Muhammad and almost getting beaten to death and then escorted out of there by police.
I love it. I love it.
It's awesome.
That wasn't exactly a clever move, mate, was it?
It was a very clever move.
You really think so?
It was the perfect
you know
move.
it's people like you.
Everybody
You know it's people like you. No.
Aisha
How old was Joseph?
nine
How old was
years
Joseph?
old.
How old was Joseph?
But look, I mean, look at this. Cops have him pressed up against the door right here, and he's yelling, Aisha was 9 years old.
I love that. I love that line where he says, "It was a very clever move. It was the perfect move."
Yeah, we gotta watch that again. That was the perfect move. If you're going all in, just go all in like this dude.
Seriously, who is this guy?
Yeah, we need to find out who this guy. We need to get this guy on a live stream.
I know he needs
contact
to join
him.
us here.
Hey, if anyone knows who this guy is and how we get in contact with him, yeah, we wanna have him on a live stream.
This guy's a legend.
Move, mate, was it?
It was a very clever move.
You really think so?
It was the perfect
you know it's people like you.
Everybody
You know it's people like you. No.
Aisha
How old was Joseph? How old was
years
Joseph?
old.
How old was Joseph?
Did you hear the guy? How old is Joseph? How old is Joseph? How old is Joseph? I don't know. Give us chapter and verse that say. But here you have right on the screen in this version of the video. The messenger of Allah married me when I was 6 and consummated the marriage with me when I was 9. And I used to play with dolls. For anyone who's totally new to this, yeah, we have about over 200 hadiths reporting the age of Aisha. So if you're comparing that to Joseph, whom we have no clue how old he was, yeah, I'd say a pretty big difference. And just stop being stupid and covering for Islam.
Hadiths are Islamophobic.
Yeah, and the stuff that's super late legends about Joseph being very old, the point of them is that Mary was an eternal virgin, according to that tradition.
Yep.
So in their minds, no old man would ever have intercourse with a young girl because that would be revolting and unseemly. And there are these silly later legends where Joseph is embarrassed to even kind of like that anyone might possibly think that he would be such a disgusting, dirty, revolting man as to be an old man having intercourse with a young but post-pubescent girl. And yet Mohammed would be like, oh yeah, let me have at her immediately.
Yeah, so they given us, so yeah, just to clarify for everyone, so if you go to the Bible, it doesn't say Mary was a perpetual virgin. That became a belief, and so the response to that belief was, I mean, well, after she gave birth to Jesus, why wouldn't Joseph have had sex with her then? And so you ended up with later legends that he's this really old guy and so on to explain why they never had sex. But then a Muslim will go to that source, which says she never had sex. And then look, but Joseph was an old man marrying a young girl, just like Muhammad and Aisha. Completely different situation, according to these sources. That, by the way, no one takes seriously anymore because we know why these things were later inventions, very different from what you find in Islam. Here you have Cedric saying, IDF confirmed Hamas are now using vibrating rockets and covering them in lube. If you guys, if you think we're being creepy right now, just go back and watch the Mohammed Hijab discussion with Sheikh Shmuley. I said Sheikh Shmuley, Rabbi Shmuley. Sheikh Shmuley sounds cool. Sheikh Shmuley.
It does.
Rabbi Shmuley. Yeah, check out that discussion.
Why are you shaking? Why are you shaking? You've got a vibrator in your pocket.
Why are you stuttering? We're getting our entire new language here. It is awesome. AP, I challenge you to call upon the name of the Lord and take a leap of faith instead of cowering in your skepticism, and then grow in faith. Anytime, call out to Jesus. First step, a seed grows. There, you've heard it for the 7,000th time. How stubborn can you possibly be?
Nice.
Joshua here says, D Wood, correct me. Do I hear the same voice for the Wingalings, D&D players, and smart nerd Mike Jones? Yes, because they all sound the same. And Ali Dum Dum and Farfor, the same voices? Yes, because Ali Dawa, our theory is that Ali Dawa actually did the voice of Farfor.
I'm pretty sure that's true.
Yeah. And we're going to make sure everyone knows it. Ryan says, you should do dramatic readings of the worst passages of the Quran in Muhammad Hijab's voice. That would be funny. Muhammad Hijab reads the Quran. We just put the passages on the screen. Right? That would be funny. Because there's like James Earl Jones reads the Bible, and Johnny Cash reads the Bible and stuff like that. We could have Muhammad Hijab reads the Quran for everyone. That would be cool. On this channel, we're all about the leather strap, stuttering, pen pals, and Viagra. And we're proud of that also. She was 9 years old. That pretty much sums up what this channel has become, thanks to our Dawa friends. The world deserves a South Park parody version of Muhammad Hijab doing Dawa to Kenny until he's converted. But then when he leaves Islam, OMG, he killed Kenny. He would. Good. Yeah, they would do it if they weren't held back by their networks. Chris here, super chat, didn't leave a comment.
Didn't they make fun of Muhammad before? I think they did
on South Park. Yeah, they were going to. I mean, they did it. They did it when no one caught on to it. They had Muhammad and his flames, and it was like the religious super friends, and they had Jesus and Muhammad and Buddha and so on, and they were like the Justice League type of deal, but like a cartoon when it was like the super friends. And then, but no one noticed it, so there weren't like it wasn't a big problem. But then years later, they were going to have Muhammad show up in a bear costume and eventually reveal that he's Muhammad and so on inside this bear costume and so on. And there, they actually got threatened with terrorist attack by a group called Revolution Muslim. Oh, yeah. And I used to interact with them in New York. I had some discussions with those guys. But yeah, so Revolution Muslim threatened South Park. And then the network, Trey Parker and Matt Stone, so those are the guys who do South Park, they were basically forced by the network to censor all the Muhammad stuff. It was cool because they didn't want to. They were doing interviews and they're like, what are we going to do? We're going to make fun of you guys because you won't kill us, but you guys who will kill us, no, we won't make fun of you because you'll kill us. That's messed up, man. That's messed up we're only going to make fun of people who aren't going to kill us. They're acknowledging how messed up that is. And yet that's what they were forced to do by the network.
Bizarre.
Yep, really, really weird.
Really weird.
Confirmed. Dizzle got the glistening shin of Allah. Nice. Hey, wait. I accidentally clicked off something. I hope I didn't accidentally ban someone. I pushed the wrong button, but I don't know if
I hope you did.
Hey, if I just actually banned the guy who posted that comment and let me know so I can undo that. I don't know what the comment disappeared, so I don't know why it disappeared. Let's see. A few more here. We'll do these rapid fire. We'll always have a job for you if you need one. AP. What? Oh, Hitler and Satan.
Man.
You have permanent employment. YouTube account. Sorry for the change of topic. I Googled the eyes of the leather strap of the anus. Hits 2 through the end of the page are Islamic sites. The first hit at the top of the page is David Wood. That's funny. That's nice.
I lost it when I read that.
That's funny.
Man.
Your favorite sociologist, David, just nailed it. When institutional cover stops, Islam is in trouble. It's like a teacher protecting a cowardly bully. Soon as you can swing back, soon as you're allowed to swing back, game over. Hand super sticker. Hands doing a fist bump. Oh, here's the super sticker from Chloe after sharing the video. Chloe was the one who requested playing that video. Shiba dog jumping in the air with fireworks around him. And then another one from Chloe. Pair characters sliding on the floor of his knees saying "goal." I wonder why we can't see the super stickers. They need to fix this system. You mocked, but imagine watching that on shrooms. Yeah. Is this the guy who said he was going to go to a cabin? Mushrooms earlier. Yeah. Chris here. If you really believed in what you say, you would be yelling. Real men shout and fight those who oppose them. You two are just a couple of nerds, and I haven't even seen either of you shirtless. We need to do that one day where we just we take off our shirts. What a Chad. True. It's called the Codex Gigas. And finally, I think this is the last one. Did you hear about the Algerian guy stabbing the 3 children in Ireland? Yeah, I mentioned earlier, I've seen people saying that. I haven't seen that confirmed. So I'm waiting for the confirmation because, lots of times when you have something like this, it turns out to be someone taking orders from Hamas. Or remember years ago when ISIS just said, hey, go start attacking people. And then a bunch of people did. And then you have similar stuff from jihadi groups now saying, hey, go out and attack people. So it would make sense for this to be just a terrorist attack. But I don't know, unless I haven't seen that it's been confirmed. I haven't seen the confirmation yet. So maybe it's been confirmed and I'm not aware of it, but there are other people who do messed up stuff. And so it's like, Anders Breivik was not a Muslim. He said he got the idea from Al-Qaeda, but he was not a Muslim. So you can have other messed up people. You can have mentally ill people. You can have people with completely different views and so on. But we'll see. And if anyone has any actual confirmation, let me know. And finally here, Khalil Andani's dissertation on divine revelation across schools of Islam has been super interesting so far, in case any of you are interested. Yeah, so Khalil and AP do not get along for some reason. I don't know why, but Khalil has awesome stuff comparing different views in Islam, and he burned up. I mean, he just totally scorched Jake, the Muslim metaphysician, on theology, and that's one of their favorite Dawah guys now on theology, and he just got crushed. So lots of stuff. You can find lots of good information on Khalil's channel, and I'm not familiar with his dissertation, but I'm sure it would be interesting. All right, everyone.
I just fact checked, and so as it looks right now, the Irish news, local news also report that it is indeed an Algerian national who became naturalized. I think, yeah. So it is an Algerian person.
That's been confirmed?
Yeah, I think that's understood to be Algerian descent and is a naturalized Irish citizen.
I'm not believing your weird sites that you go to.
I'm reading it
on confirmation.
Newsweek Ireland, Fox News, some Irish website here, and so on. So yeah.
Fox News?
I went out to this is when I was in Birmingham in the UK. I was there for a debate and I almost got in a fight with 2 Algerian dudes. Not because of nothing I was starting. I walked into a McDonald's. I don't remember if it was before the debate or after the debate, but I walked into McDonald's and they were just yelling like the worst insults I'd ever heard to the cashier, who was a woman. And they're just, you pathetic, disgusting, blah, blah, whore, blah, blah. They're saying all this stuff. And she's just standing there. She's just standing there as these 2 guys berate her and stuff like that. I'm in line behind these guys and I'm looking at this and they're running their mouths. And she's just, okay. You can talk to my manager if you want. You can talk to my manager. And they're just heaping insults on her. And the guy goes, and you started this by the way you act. And I'm behind them. I go, no, you started it. Right. which I had no idea what started. I wasn't there. I walked off when they're already yelling. Right? And they turn around and they go, no, she's in full blah, 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 blah. She shouldn't be allowed to blah, blah, blah. And I go, no, you guys are wrong. Right. And they go, no, she was wrong. And I go, no, you guys are wrong. Right. And then they both rolled straight up into my face and they go, you have no idea what's going on there. You can't just insert blah, blah, blah. And I go, no, you guys are wrong. Right. And anyway, anyway, so these guys are yapping at me. And then I just go ahead and order, and I'm just standing there with these guys yapping at me. And then so I place my order, and then I stand off to the side. These guys are both running their mouths in my face. and I'm like, what's going on here? Do I swing or not? And one guy even like kind of bumps me. And there's a guy behind me at the table, and he goes, I'm a solicitor, and that is assault, so you can retaliate. And I'm like, oh gosh, do I do it? Do I retaliate? And and then I don't. And they go, and they're running their mouths, and I go, oh, so what do you want to do? Do you want to fight? And I go, no, I was just trying to distract you from harassing that woman, but I've already done that. So, and then they ran their mouths for a couple minutes, and that was nice. It.
That's nice, man.
What's messed up is I had a friend there, and he's like, man, you look bad for not swinging, man. I was like, what? I can't. I'm here for a debate. Imagine I swing on some Algerian guys, and then like the word gets around. Oh boy. So yeah, AP is saying he has confirmation. I will have to go through those sources, and look up the Codex Gigas, please. All right, that's it, and we're done. What is this? Largest extant medieval illuminated manuscript in the world at length of 92 centimeters. Why am I looking this up?
I think it might have something to do with someone saying Devil's Bible at some point.
Oh, okay.
Because it has a big picture of the devil in it. It's sometimes called
okay. Bible. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, you can picture. Okay. I thought the Devil's Bible was some like Church of Satan stuff. But yeah, so it's got graphic images. It's got a full page portrait of Satan. A full page. So it's not the Devil's Bible. It's just called the Devil's Bible because it has this big picture of Satan among the illustrations in there. All right. So nice. Yeah, that is yeah, we could oh yeah, that does look like a lot. Oh, hey, we should take that and like put two arms on one side and then take off one of the legs and so on. That's actually a good suggestion. All right. Well, thanks to everyone for joining us in this discussion. If someone ever wants to put timestamps in the comments, I'd be happy to pin that, because there are people who come along and don't want to be on here for 4 hours and so on. So they might want to know the relevant
We've actually been live for 4 hours, right?
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah.
There's an AI that does it for you, by the way, and it's pretty darn good. I've seen it on other people's.
I don't believe it.
It adds these weird things of the speaker addresses this and this and that, like in a very formal language. I saw that. I wanted to try it. I should.
It's good for lazy people. I'm lazy.
Yeah, so if anyone wants to fill those in, or if anyone knows how to use AI, and then can, we'll be happy to check that out. Thanks to Mary for joining us. Be sure to follow her work on Reasoned Answers. Link will be in the description box if you're watching this later. And
Thaddeus said that we will be covering Uthman ibn Farouk's polygamy. And not just polygamy, but rather polyandry this Tuesday. So he is married to someone who is married to someone else Islamically, apparently.
So, oh yeah. So he's
been spending all the time researching this. Yeah.
So Uthman had 2 wives at the same time. So he was polygamous, but the woman was married to 2 men at the same time. So according to the story, now keep in mind, I don't know this guy. He was associated with Sheikh Uthman. He shared the pictures, but the information this guy's been sharing, he did not divorce her. she was married to both him and to Sheikh Uthman at the exact same time. So, guys, if you were wondering if this is allowed in Islam, apparently, according to Sheikh Uthman, it is. So you said that's when, Tuesday?
On Tuesday at Reasoned Answers channel. He's been
what
putting
time?
up all the stuff on it, so it's going to be at 7 Eastern.
7 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday. You'll want to check that out.
Wait a minute. Sheikh Uthman acknowledged that he had the marriage
no,
while
we
she
didn't
was
say that.
No,
already.
No.
he's
In the
pretending. He's pretending that this didn't happen. But
okay.
according to, we have the woman's testimony. David, you can come too and join, of course. He'll be going through everything that he's been digging up. I've been busy with like family and craziness, but he's been doing all kinds of digging, and it's great. He's been showing me.
And I'm interested in Sheikh Uthman responding and refuting this if none of it is true. But here, notice the issue.
You're a liar! I call curses upon you.
Yeah,
There you go. That's it.
With Sheikh Uthman, notice you're dealing with one of the biggest liars I've ever seen in my life. And I'm a guy who spent years in prison. I've never sseen people who lie as freely as the Dawah guys in general, especially Sheikh Uthman. I mean, my goodness. He could post a tweet. Admit that he posted the tweet, and then deny that he posted the tweet, and all his followers say, nope, never posted the tweet. Well, what about here when he admitted that he posted that? Oh, no, nope. Doesn't matter. This is a guy who can, look at the fake blood on me. I've been attacked, but don't worry. The guy's in prison for years for this hate crime. Everyone can go look it up. Nothing happened. Police don't know anything about it. Prosecutors don't know anything about it. No record of this ever happening.
I called the so Jay and I located the location where this happened from the sign that was in the video, and I literally called the place where it was supposed to have happened and talked to the woman who was on duty and asked her at the time when it was supposed to have happened, and asked her if anything occurred at that day. Was there any police? Was there any fighting? Was there any disturbance? Was there anything? And she said, I have no idea what you're talking about. Nothing happened. And I talked to her 2 days after it was supposed to happen. So I talked to her immediately. And then we talked to the police and stuff. And never happened. Never happened.
You're just being Islamophobic. Right?
Bull, because AP, you were contacting the police and asking them, and they're like, no idea what you're talking about. No idea what anyone's talking about. And somehow we're supposed to take this guy seriously when he says, no, my Muslim buddy from Balboa's Park who is accusing me of banging his wife while he's still married to her. He's lying. They're all lying. Everyone's lying about me. So anyway, this is probably going to be hilarious. And hey, one good thing, Mary, is to check those comments from the Muslims. There are people who don't like Sheikh Uthman, and so they say they're happy to condemn Sheikh Uthman. But there are others who, how dare you? And there are people who accuse him of lying. There are also people who believe he's telling the truth, but are telling him to shut up because it's going to be used against Sheikh Uthman. In other words, hey, cover this stuff up. Look, the unbelievers are using this against Sheikh Uthman. It's like, wait a minute. You don't want people to expose a guy who is marrying and having sex with a woman who's married to someone else? You don't want him to be exposed? No, we don't. It'll hurt the dawah. And that's by the way, that's why people like Sheikh Uthman seek this position. They know they get covered, right? They know they've got defenders who are going to defend them no matter what. And this guy can do what he wants. He can do anything he wants. He could have sex with 100 of his best friends' wives. It could be a requirement that, hey, if you're going to come to the park and do dawah with me, I get to bang your wife. It could be a requirement. No one would ever care. They would not care as long as he's our defender and defending our deen. It's embarrassing. What is this religion, man?
But he deserves it. He's doing such a great job. He deserves all of it.
Yep.
Well, what's slander? Slander is revealing this.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I guess all we can do is close out with a song.
Ain't gonna follow no child molester, sex offender, prophet pretender. Ain't gonna follow no child molester.
Islam's not for me. Islam's not for me.
Islam's
Not for me.
Catch y'all next time.
Yeah.